Induction division with Calvin within 13 months. Interclub as he came out towards it, sort of unsettled it a little bit, but he's now getting power down. Good morning and welcome to Wiscombe Park on this glorious, dry and sunny Saturday morning. Whether you're trackside here in East Devon, elsewhere in the country or around the globe, a speed fest of hill climbing surely awaits us during today, with the main focus of the attention being the Motorsport UK Nova Motorsport British Hillclimb Championship, in which we will witness the fastest car driver combinations in the country seeking to make their way through the qualifying runs to the critical and exciting top 12 runoff. Another highlight in today's event, which is organised by the Woolwich Motor Club, is the debut of an additional runoff on this challenging 915 metre course in the form of the AET Turbos British Hillclimb Championship Tin Top Challenge, in which the fastest 10 saloon and sports car qualifiers progress to their own dedicated shootout. So we got that to double excitement during the day. As in previous years, the British Hillclimb Cup, presented by BMTR Motorsport Tyres, and the Wiscombe Tillicoultry Quarries Hillclimb Championship also feature in the action. So it's been a cracking morning so far here at Wiscombe Park, where we're involved in practice runs. And basically, if I could just give you a bit of background information to the meeting, we have two events in one. We have a national permit type event, which caters for all the competitors who are looking at the British Hillclimb Championship, and then we have what is known as an Interclub permit, and that looks after the more local drivers who may be contesting the Wiscombe Park Tillicoultry Quarries Championship. So the program runs roughly that we have practice runs before the time runs. So we've had the big boys, the national boys, they've taken their first practice run. The Interclub, the local boys, they've taken their first practice run. So one practice run all at the moment, and the national boys are about to come out for their second practice run. So we'll be running through Class A all the way through to Class M, and then we will have the second practice run for the Interclub. with action on the hill, looking at car number 14, which is Alice Cooper, and we're looking at road-going series production cars up to 2,000 cc's. You'll see the car out on the track during the course of the weekend, also with a number 14A on it, and that will be Alice's brother Archie. So both campaigning this Vauxhall Corsa, class A1, and their parents, Olivia and Liam, will see in action later on in the single-seater categories. So as the Corsa makes its way up the hill, we will be able to monitor the progress of that car and all the subsequent ones. We have two intermediate timing locations, one just after the start line before the left-hand bend at Wiscombe Corner, so we can judge how effective the drivers are when they get away from the start line, their launch process. And then we have another timing location in the middle of the S's, so as they make their way to the top of this 915 metre course here at Wiscombe Park. May well be going to wonder whether we're going to return that car straight to the bottom of the paddock because it's a double driver, but no, we've got the rest of the double drivers from that class coming through. Next down to the line, running as 15, will be Mike West with his 1293cc Mini Cooper. So the time for number 14 is 59.15 in the second. And now on the line, local driver Jonathan Langmead with his Elise. This is a 135 R model, and John's away off the line in a measured 2.8 seconds around Wiscombe Corner and now across Wiscombe Straight, and then he crests Bunny's Leap, which can be a tricky element, and we'll talk more about that later. Right-handed through the gate into the S's. He picks up the intermediate time there in 21.1, and then up to the right-hand hairpin at Saul Bench. It's Castle Straight, and the course finishes off with a left-hand hairpin at Martini, as we see Michael Thompson take the Lotus Exige up towards the gate, off the line at 2.5 seconds. Next to run, moving us into road-going series production cars CC, which of course is class A2 on the programme. Robbie Birrell with the Porsche Cayman, it's 2.5 litre turbocharged GTS. Car also shared by Mark Lawrence. They were going to be joined by Rod Isle, Alfa Romeo 4C, but unfortunately, problems with the car from that meeting. So it's 21.85 for Birrell at the S's. As around Wiscombe Corner, we now have Tim Higgins in Class B. So we're moving on now to road-going specialist production cars. Higgins at the wheel of his 2-litre Westfield SCI. Off the line in 2.25 seconds. Time for Mike West, car number 15, 58.63. Number 17, Jonathan Langmead, clocked 43.40. 16, James Hudson from Ottery St Mary with the VW Golf, stopped the clocks on 44.81. Mike Thompson's time 46.06. So waiting for the all clear on the start line is Mark Maynard with his 1020cc Hillman Imp. That takes us into up to 1400cc division of modified series production cars. So Mark will be up against the 1 litre Hillman Imp of Eric Maury, who's on his way down to the start, and also the 1120cc Hillman Imp powered Ginetta G15, driven by Andrew Russell. Waiting for the green light to go. So Robbie Birrell, car number 22, clocked a time of 45.29. 45.29 for the Cayman driver, as Russell from Arlesford is across the parkland, having got off the line in 2.57 seconds. Time Mark Maynard at the top of the hill with the Imp 58.43. That's the early benchmark, unofficial because we're still in practice in Class C1. Russell going through the S's in 22.93. Now we can't see him on the hill. So Moray has gone under the red light. Drives at the start, should wait for the green light for the car, but we've seemed to have released the car under a red light. And we've got marshals on the hill at Martine. Tidying up after possibly some debris being pulled by clear. Now a bit of tail wagging from the Eric Maury driven Hillman Imp on the way out the saw bench, and crashing along, casting straight on the brakes for the left hander at West corner and through across the line. Car 35 in a time of, just waiting for the time to come through, as on the start line we've got Jonathan Williamson with the 911 Carrera. Was due to share the car with long-time driving partner Laurel Wardle, but Laurel non-starting, so Jonathan driving solo at the moment once he gets the all clear on the start line. Got an impressive array of cars up against Jonathan in the modified series production car class for vehicles over 2000 cc's. We've got the likes of Porsche 911 RSRs, Evo 5 and 6, Mitsubishis, the Subaru Legacy with Stephen Darley at the wheel, and a lot of these cars will be looking to qualify for the runoff today in the British Hillclimb Tim Top Challenge, which Damien Bradley, who's unfortunately not with us today, had other arrangements. He's leading the way with the Legacy that we'll see Stephen Darley drive. So on to the hill and up towards Bunny's Leap goes Jonathan Williamson, lives near Taunton, bit hill climbing, possibly before all years in British member. So when Jonathan into to speed hill climbing. He's won the Association Southwestern Motor Club's Championship 3 times. Numerous times of the day as well. Got the time for 35. It's no time there. It's a fair Mori. Time for Janetta G15, car number 34. Russell was 47. So Williamson over the finish line with the Carrera, stopping the clock. 7-7. As across the parkland goes Andrew Norris with his 3.3 supercharged Carrera. Paul Howell's car number 40 in the top paddock on 43.64. Now it's the mighty 2.3 litre, 2.35 to be accurate, Subaru Legacy off the line in 2.41 seconds, but unfortunately Stephen Darley not making progress out of Wiscombe, and the car coasting, and now he's got it fired up and away again. So it's under power and making its way to the gate. So Jim Herbert, car number 41, another non-starter, unfortunately, in Class C3. And waiting on the line, the Mitsubishi Evo 6 of Stephen Moore. Stephen currently lying third in the Tin Chop Challenge, having amassed 12 points against the 18 of series leader Damien Bradley. So the start procedure is traffic light system, and it's red and green. The light shows red at the moment. As soon as it goes green and the timekeepers are all primed and ready, then the driver can make their start in their own time. So within reason, they've got a bit of time to get organised, get car in gear, get their clutch positions sorted and ready to go. Many of the cars have a strut or a timing vane attached to the front nose cone or the front bumper, and this is a mechanism to help the accuracy in the timing. As you see, we've been working to times of 1/100th of a second, and that can be the deciding factor in battles throughout the day. So we've got the accuracy there, as long as the drivers have equipped their car with the appropriate strut. Of course, it's in their interest to do so. So we've got the red flags out at the moment, and marshals just picking up and checking the course, making sure it's all clean. Inspection going on in the S's. Perhaps the marshals were a bit worried that car was dropping fluids. And a bit of tidying up going on at Martini, the left-hand hairpin at the top of the hill. Energetic marshals with brooms, just clearing debris to make sure we have the optimum track conditions for Stephen Moore with the with the Mitsubishi. So the fastest time we've had so far in Class C3 is the 43.64 posted by Paul Howells. 46.85 was the time for Andrew Norris. 46.85 for car 42. So that slots him into third place, with Jonathan Williams second at the moment on 44.77. But this is all just points of interest, because the times the drivers are setting now do not count towards the results. That will come later in the proceedings. These are purely practice runs. The light goes green. Stephen more is away off the line in 2.46 seconds. On the start line now is Skoda R5, originally riding charge in the hands of multiple British Hillclimb champion Scott Moran. Scott finished second in the British Hillclimb Championship last year, noted by the number on the side of the Skoda, but driving single seater this year. Scott sharing the Skoda with his father. Roger off the line in 2.27 seconds, through the S's in 19.49. Off the line we have number 57, which is Robin Nicholson with the Malak Mark 20. Time for Scott Moran's coming up as he goes round Martini and blasted over the line in 40.45. 40.45. Scott Moran on number 2. Easing away, we have double-driven single-seater Ben Harmer, the 750 turbocharged OMS 28, taking us into the 600 to 1100 division of single-seater racing. But me, 1.68. Time for Robin Nicholson, 41.7. 1.78 for the Malak car number 57. Double driver then, heading to the A adjacent to the competition number, and that's Jonathan Flesher with his 1100cc OMS 28, off the line in 2.44 seconds, picking up the apex Essex and clocking 19.19. Lucy Summers round West Corner in the Van Diemen RF85, the Formula Ford car, contesting the class J1 1994. Over the finish line then goes Jonathan Flesher, 74A in 38.95. Ben Harmer car 70A stopped the clocks on 42.68. So Flesher leading the way at the moment in these early second practice runs in class 5. Stood out on the hill, 78A. Lindsay Summers. Time of 49.69, 78A, 49.69.
Yeah. There you go if you want to do your pink flag.
So we have the red flags out. It's probably time to return those cars from the top collecting paddock at the top of the hill and bring them back down into the main paddock area, and then we can move on through the classes in the national event and into the Interclub. So we would be looking to bring in machines that are waiting at the paddock exit. Peter Eade in his Westfield, kitted up, booted and suited, so to speak, ready to go. So we may just be dealing with some incidents on the hill. I think we're probably replacing the marker, black and white markers on the inside of the bend up at Martini's, and somebody's given them a clatter and removed them and brought a bit of debris onto the track at the same time. So that needs to be rectified. The marshals are working away with that, and that will allow us to get Peter Reid away as soon as we return, as we said, return these cars back down the hill. They'll file into their paddock positions, and if they're a shared car, then quick check over and the driver swap, and then back out to run with the main body of the class. If you're just arriving at Wiscombe, good morning, welcome, and we'd like to see you sometime in the day in the paddock area. Think you might find that of interest. That's at the bottom of the hill near the start line, in front of the imposing Wiscombe House. Not only have you got the cars and the drivers, and you're free to wander and inspect the cars at close quarters, talk to the drivers, as long as, of course, they haven't got a drama. If they're working feverishly away at their cars, then possibly could you give them a little bit of space. But other than that, they're usually more than happy to talk about their cars and talk about speed hill climbing. We also have the catering establishments, a great selection of hot and cold foods and beverages, ice creams, and also the licensed bar. And I see a big banner regarding Tarka 4, voted the UK's #1 session lager in 2019. So if you're a lager drinker, then it might well be some Tarka 4 for you. But by the look of the cars on the back of the bar, there's quite a selection there. Soft drinks as well. Doesn't have to be alcoholic. They have an array of beverages for you. So that's the paddock area. No additional charge to come through. Just come through the gates adjacent to the bridge, next to the start line, and come on in. You can actually see the lower part of the hill from the paddock as well. And if you're at the lower part of the hill and you're thinking during the day to make your way up through the S's to the hairpin at Saul Bench, etc., spectator areas, footpaths all the way up along the side. And then if you'd like to cross over so that you're on the south side, the upper side of the fastest part of the hill, Castle Strait, then in between the runs, the marshals manage the gate, get a crossing there, and you can cross over to the other side of the course, and obviously if you're at the top coming down, vice versa. So you can see 90-odd% of the whole hill. So we've got those cars back down the hill and getting ready now to bring the next batch out from the paddock exit. So we'll be looking at modified specialist production cars up to 2000 cc's, which will be the sole runner Peter Eade with the Westfield, and then we'll be into Sports Libra saloons. We've seen Scott Moran post that 40.45 with the Fabia R5. We'll see that car back out in the hands of his father Roger. Another R5 in the hands of previous single-seater driver Einan Price. That's a 1600 turbo. And up against the Skodas will be Derek Kessel with his Maguire Mini Cooper. Now, as you'll see when this car makes it to the track, it's low line, not quite the same proportions as the Minis of yore. It's also a little bit different in the fact that it's got a space frame chassis. So we've got a fiberglass Mini facsimile body on a space frame chassis. So it'll be interesting to see how Derek Kessel goes against the Skoda Fabias. course vehicle back on station at Wiscombe. So Peter Reid now bringing us down. Car from Class D, modified specialist production cars up to 2000 cc's. Peter from Saul Marlborough, semi-retired marine engineer. Part-time job ferry boat operator. Has had this car for many years. Used to share the driving with his brother Robert. But Peter's had a little dalliance with single-seaters with an MP62 Pilbeam, then sports racer with a DJ Firecat, and an MP82 Pilbeam as well. That's come back to Westfield, which takes on 2.67 seconds. The 2-litre Dunnel now powering the car across the part line over Bunny's Leap. The drivers have to be mindful over Bunny's Leap. The car is light on the suspension, so they have to wait for the car to settle before they get on the brakes at that gate. Drama there. Kessel's way off the line with this space frame chassis mini, weighing 2.89 seconds. He'd meanwhile clears the S's in 21.08. He rang Martini and over the finish line in 42.58. Now Price with Skoda 5. Sports leader class. Scott Moran already got a time with his 2-litre version on the board with 40.45. Flying underway off the line. 2.34 seconds. Kessel at the top of the hill and over the finish line in 44.19. So not on the pace of Scott Moran. 1500 goes to in just under 20 seconds, 19.66. Gets a bit close to the bank on the exit of the right-hand hairpin at the bench. And now powering along Castle Straight, lifts the rear inside wheel around Martini and stops the clocks on 40.71. 40.71. A little shy of Scott Moran's 40.45. McCann Roger, Scott's father, on his son's time. The S is in 20.01. Tad Nito, dare I say, Yan with the Legend 34 Ford Coupe taking us Moran over the finish line, car number 52 in 32. So we have three. The Skodas there, all covered by Skoda there. On the line now,
That's the sun! Really? Yeah, that's definitely the sun!
David Bickley on the upper part of the hill. Stops the clocks on 45.81. And clear the S's in 21.66. Takes the Paddock 20 round. Saw bench hairpin and up Castle Straight. As Sleep goes Mike Lee, force element 3. Third chassis, only 3 of these made. Price with his 1600 Radical SR3. Time for Yan Yo with the Ford Legend car. 42.09, so just missing out on the 30s. Matthew Price, car 59, stops the clocks at the top. Dead. So Alan McDonald now with the 1300 supercharged engine. Missing the bank as the mighty SBR Chrono Bainbridge, basically built originally for sprints on circuits. Wiscombe Park, but Simon up through the S's in 21.65 with this car that's powered by RS6 engine, twin turbos, V8, capacity of 4.2, put somewhere in the region of 7. And then goes James Moore, moving us into racing cars 600 cc to 1100 cc.
What number was that?
Time for Alan McDonald. That's a 41.84. Leading the way there, the only 40-second climb in the second run. Simon Bainbridge with the SBR Chrono 46.49. Warren off the line with his 1 litre Empire Evo. Greg all the way down from Aberdeen, involved in the World Cup session. Debut season. Empire Evo started off in the Scottish Sprint and Hillclimb Championship. Series. This season's his first time out with the British Hillclimb Championship. This is chassis number 2. Chapman. So the time for 68. Under 40 seconds with a 39.71. As local man Ed Hollier launches his Force HC in 2.36 seconds. Fastest time of the days here at Wiscombe Park to his name. Up against the British Hillclimb Championship contenders. Ed himself was on that circuit a few years ago, but now tends to do just the southwest events. So time for 69 is a 38.21. James Moore. Gary Warren, car number 71 on 37.96. 73 completes his climb in 30.95. So, man from Columpton throwing the gauntlet now. 600 to 1100 cc racing car class. 37.96. 70 wheel curve was 37.92. 37.92 from the 70. Tim Thompson over the line, breaking under 4 seconds with the OMS 28 39.53. Stuart Bickley last in the class with the last to run in the class with the Force TA on the hill out of the S's in 17.57 seconds. Across the parkland goes Sarah Bosworth with Van Diemen car. Sarah through the S's in 21.53. Stuart Bickley's time car number 76 is a 37.14. Tom Weaver car 72. So Ed Hollier. Start line. Paul Jones with the Force TA, which means we're into 1100 cc's. There's a launch in 2.4 seconds. For 2.80 for Paul Jones. So as we sit in the sunshine here at Wiscombe Park, enjoying these practice runs for the first day of the Woolwich Motor Club two-day meeting, we have a number of people around the world coming in and watching the live stream. So if you're here today but can't make it tomorrow, then you can stay abreast by streaming the action when we do it all again with two more runoffs tomorrow. Some comment coming in from those who are spectating online and how sunny and what a glorious day it is here at Wiscombe. They've obviously been here when it's been less than great, when it's been throwing it down. So those cars returning back down the hill, and we'll be ready for a swap over, and we'll stay with the national theme, those that are in the British Hillclimb Championship. We'll work us through with another run through the Interclubs. They'll be taking their first time run before lunch, and then we'll be looking at a break, all being well, as long as there are no issues on the hill that take up some time. If you're in the paddock area during the lunch break, and in the catering areas in particular, then we look to have a special queue for the marshals, so the caterers can cope with it all. It's just that we like to put them to one side, make sure that they get serviced, and then they're out and are free and able to get back to the hill, and we can continue the meeting. We will also be having a little time out during the practice lunch to honour somebody who's recently passed, who's been involved with Wiscombe Park. We'd like to do that during the lunch break before we all come back on duty, so to speak, for this afternoon. And then marshals, as well as the drivers and competitors, can be involved in that. And we may well be looking at marking our respect with some applause rather than silence, perhaps. And even if drivers are prepared at that time to start their cars up and rev the engines up, it's been deemed that that's more of a positive situation possibly than a minute's silence. So we'll be looking for 30 seconds of applause and engine revving, hand clapping, anything that's fitting but positive to mark the occasion. So we'll give you more information on that as we get towards the lunch break, but please bear that in mind. We'll be doing that before we get back to the action this afternoon. So the last car we had on the hill was the Force TA in the hands of Paul Jones, who will stay in that particular class that Paul was competing. Racing cars 1100 to 1600 cc's. And we have Andrew Short from Exeter down to OMS CF07. Car features carbon fibre tub or chassis, powered by a 1589cc Suzuki Hayabusa motorcycle. The line 2.26. Andy now retired, but previously a commercial vehicle coach builder. Safely through the S's in 17.76. Right hander, left hander at the top of the S's, and then to the right hand
stopped working straight away.
37.12.
They use their marker down there.
So exhibited a better pace than Paul Jones in this second practice run for the national classes, and then we'll go to the Interclub and they'll take their first timed runs, and that will count for results prior to the break for lunch. That's the plan. I'm just waiting for some more cars to come down from the Paddock exit, and yep, there we go. Next we're looking at Gary Hill with his 1600cc's 2000M model of the OMS theme, and 83 Mark Shankler with his Force TA, also another 1600 car. So they're just feeding their way down to the start line. Temperatures rising, that'll help the tyres, more grip from these soft compound special hill climb tyres, originally provided by Avon tyres, now Nova tyres, the rebirth of the old Avon brand, now in new ownership, and they aligned themselves with the British Hillclimb Championship at their first opportunity, and they're now, as we can see, around the hill, the headline sponsor of this national series. So Gary Hill making final adjustments and way off the line with the green light, 2.38 seconds. Asking all of that 1600 cc's across the parkland as he gets up towards the gate, stays clear of the bank on the right hand side, clipping his apexes neatly. 19.51 as he gets up to Saul Bench. Quite what happens then as way out of West corner goes Shankler with the Force. Time for 82, 39.53 for Gary. Next run, Olivia Cooper from Exeter. We've seen Olivia's offspring, so to speak, Alice Archie of the Vauxhall. Olivia and husband Liam will be coming to the tracks with the 1600 Force TA in the 1100 to 1600 class. Olivia has the ladies' record here at Wiscombe Park, set back in 2019 on time of 37.03. Time for Mark Shankler, car number 83, 37.96. Clearly S is in 18.3. 3-2, and now finds Martini neat and tidy to clock a 38.19. Jason Tunnicliffe next to run with his Empire Evo 3. Steps off the line in 2.67 seconds. Garage owner from Wells in Somerset. Been doing hill climbs for well over 20 years now. Most recent of those in single Evo 3. Out of the S's in 18.12. Greenan with his Empire Evo 3, 1600cc version of this particular machine. Time for Tunnicliffe, 8.5. Come to us, halt at Martini, so the red flags will be going out, and the car is positioned on the entrance, so he might well have just missed his braking point and nudged into the barriers on the far side of the hairpin at Martini. So in these incidents, that means the car following up, the Empire Evo driven by Andy Greenan, will be given a rerun. Can't quite see what the progress is at Martini. Marshall's just wheeling the car back now, and then on up the escape road, and then no doubt there'll be need for a little bit of brushing, sweeping, tidying up, and I would imagine that Greenan will be asked to make his way to the top paddock, and then will take his rerun a little later. If the incidents occur on the lower parts of the hill, sometimes it's quickest to return the red flagged car back down the hill straight away, but probably not in this instance. So that's a fail for Jason Tunnicliffe, and we hope the car is in a repairable situation so he can come back and do battle later in proceedings. Two more cars to run in this class once we've got the all clear on the course. Richard Spedding in the queue on his way down to the start line, and Darren Gumley with the Force TA is probably the man on the start line at the moment, patiently waiting for the green light.
Morning, Geoffrey.
Ah, 'tis you.
Yes.
'Tis you, David.
Sorry, I've been rather a bit busy this morning.
Indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, David Pearce.
Yes. Oh. And I've emerged and I can see the grey clouds now. That's wrong, isn't it?
You've got the timing wrong there.
Yeah.
Never mind. Never mind.
Yeah. So, well, a lovely selection of cars again today.
Brilliant. And, you know, we've got the best of the best, haven't we?
We have indeed.
British Hillclimb Championship. Wow. All
Yeah.
very good. And we'll be getting some reports from you, interviews from you.
I'm going to wander around and find people, and I'm going to talk to them. Now, they might not want to talk to me, or they might run away from me. You never know. I can see people I know. They're not going to come anywhere near me, are they? That's for certain.
I'm sure it'll all be all right.
Oh, I think so. Yeah, we've had a very interesting morning. We've had a group from the Colleton Grammar School, and they've been down. There's about 20 of them, and found out a bit about hill climbing, the cars in general, etc. And then they came up to spend some time with Alex Summers. I think you're getting an echo on me. I'll move to a different place.
You're a bit turned up and you're a bit echoey as well.
Yeah, a lot of people would like to turn me down, wouldn't they? We've got Alex Summers who gave an excellent chat to them all about car design, actual hill climbing. The nice thing was he actually took an interest in what they were doing, which is this F1 for schools.
They're one of these groups.
Yes, yes. So that was excellent, and it's just been a very nice morning actually wandering around.
Well, Alex is the man to talk to. That's his profession.
He is very good.
He and his family, of course, have built their own hill climb cars, not the one they're driving today, but they've created their own specialist machine. So a lot of knowledge and a lot of talent now.
Yes. So a bit later on, I'll be going up to the saw bench, and we'll chat as the tin top challenge comes through, the top 10 tin tops.
Yeah.
And
we've not had that at Wiscombe before. That's going to be exciting.
It's new to us, isn't it?
It is new.
Yeah.
But you look at the cars that we were expecting to qualify, and we got some machinery there, you know, with the Subaru Legacy and the Kronos, the SBR Kronos, and of course these R5 rally cars. Now, as a rally man,
yes.
I guess that's where you're.
I have got excited. I've just been spending some time with Scott Moran. He's just done an interview for the BBC, which was lovely, and he was very, very good. Anyway, it looks like we're back in operation again now. I'll hand back to you. I'll just go and see if they can turn me down a little bit so I'm not quite so echoey.
That wouldn't be bad.
It wouldn't be bad. Okay.
See you later, Dave.
See you in a while.
Bye. So, as Dave says, we're back in action on the hill, and in fact, the car running is car 88, so that's the Force TA. Gumby at the wheel. Clear the S is now in 18.1. They really get going now, as we'd be expecting times, probably in the 16-second bracket from this type of machine.
Just checking, Jeffrey. Am I a bit less echoey now?
A little less echoey.
Okay, that's good.
Thank you.
Okay.
So 92 now. I'll focus our attention. That's the MP82 Pilbeam of John Cottrell, moving us into Class K1. Cars 2 litres, but in this instance normally aspirated. Class K2 will be up to 2 litres for forced induction. And around this corner we have Jonathan Varley, launched in 2.2 seconds. Jonathan. 2-litre GWR Predator. Yes, this is 17.20 as we see Paul Alexander with the turbocharged Ford PC09 1300cc motor here, and Richard 97A97 from Dorset, Paul from Wimborne, Richard from Blandford. And the line gets the green light. Kelvin Broad is third. Force TA, sharing with Alex Coles. Kelvin from Exeter. Hayabusa powered machine. As we say, 1300 cc's. A little bit along its way. So it's time for car number 97A. Alexander is 42.85. Varney back in class K1 with the Predator. Posted a time of 36.25. John Cottrell with the Pilgrim gun 92 51.8. Car 8 back in class J2, Darren Gunley 37.42. So now we pick up one of the double drivers from battle a chance to amass championship points in the British Hillclimb Championship in the top 12 runoffs. So Sean Gould. Sean and his father David. Cars we're seeing here today. Look at that acceleration across the park now. He was off the line in 2.2 seconds with his 4-litre Judd-powered machine through the S1 and quick as a flash up to Saul Bench. And now he's going to unleash 670 around Martini to post a time of 34.73. 34.73 for Sean Gould. Later on when the car comes back, these top class cars have Seed Formula 1 and that they're talking about launch controls. Well, yeah, these top hill climb cars, they've got that. They've got the data logging, traction control. If you're up at Martini, where the camber track is quite a problem for a number of the drivers, and then you can really see how the traction control works. It just holds the car, and as soon as there's grip, bang, launches it forward. It's quite brutal. And now, on the end of the single seaters, we have the beautiful Chevron B19 in the hands of Amanda George in Class M, sports racing and racing cars up to 1971, and she puts a time of 44.59 on the board. I can hear some noise in the background, so that must be...
Indeed you can.
Yes, indeed. You're in the crowd. I can hear
I'm actually,
the ambience.
Believe it or not, and it's very unusual for me, I'm actually looking at fudge and cake.
Now there's something new.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Tracy's got a lovely sort of selection of cake here today. Millionaire shortbread, tiffin.
Oh, tiffin.
It's a very, very nice Victoria sponge, but nobody's started it yet. Somebody needs to come start the Victoria sponge. Lots of different fudges. Haven't you, Tracy? You've got everything here, haven't you? She's nodding. She's not going to speak to me. So there's Darren wandering past with some bacon in his hand. So we got the caterers here. They've got quite a queue building up at the moment. So
usually quite a selection of fudge. Have you got any inkling to what flavours we might have on offer today?
All of them. Yeah. We got caramel, Biscoff, Belgium chocolate. I don't think Belgium's spelt like they got it on the label, but I'm not going to say too much.
No.
Mint and chocolate, Baileys.
Oh, blimey.
Oreo, creamy fudge, my favourite, rum and raisin, and Smartie.
Ah, look at that. Now, earlier on, I was mentioning the bar. We have the licensed bar, of course, and we've got a big banner that says Tarka 4. I think somewhere along the line, it'd be quite good if you could find out a bit more about Tarka 4.
Well, I'll go and sample some Tarka 4.
Well, if you must.
I'll go and find out what else there is there.
Yeah.
But Tarka 4 does sound very interesting.
Yes.
It does sound like something I ought to be trying.
It's prize winning. It's
prize winning?
Yes, yeah, it's good stuff.
Prize winning Tarka 4. Voted the UK's #1 session lager 2019. Did you go on sessions?
Well, what is a session lager?
I don't know. I just remember sessions from a youth.
We won't go into that.
Good morning, Tim. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Slow start to the day, but people are starting to get thirsty.
It is that sort of heat. They bring a nice pint of shandy would go down well with a lot of people. I can't, unfortunately, much as you might want to pass me a glass of shandy. I've got to keep my words going. So what have we got on offer today? We've got this Tarka 4. Jeffrey wants to know what Tarka 4 is.
Tarka 4 is the UK's favourite session lager. I can't remember what year it is, but it's a bit out of date. But it's the local lager. It's made by Otter Brewery.
And let's face it, anything that comes out of Otter is very desirable, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it. They're brilliant. They know their craft.
So what else have we got on offer today?
So we've got a cider on draft, wild cider. Don't worry, it's not that wild. It's just a regular cider. We've got Otter Bitter, and then we've got a selection of other things. So if you fancy an IPA or a 0%, or if you're one of those weirdos that wants a soft drink, we got you covered.
Yeah, it's all here, isn't it? Packets of crisps as well, I see.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you got to have something just to soak up the beer, I think, haven't you?
In the old days, when I was younger, it was a packet of cheese and onion crisp with a pickled egg. Have you got any pickled eggs?
No, we don't do pickled eggs, but you shouldn't really eat cheese and onion with your beer because it will turn the beer like that. Cheese and onion in the beer, it can turn your pint. You're better off.
Really? So drink your beer first. Yeah. Anyway, so hopefully you'll get a lot of people come along and have a beer from you, and that's what Tarka 4 is, Jeff.
Right, yeah, good. Must have some of that, someone. Righty-ho.
Yes. I'm going to have a wander across. I might go at the racing car paddock, I think, just see who's up there that's not run away. Ah, there's a young man that's full of promise. Scrutineers are running away from me. Yeah. Yeah, they're all running away. Yeah. I'll go this way. It's bound to be.
Somebody's just fired up a car.
Somebody has just fired up a
your
car, yes.
vicinity.
Yeah, they're all up here preparing to go for a run now. And in amongst all the drivers and the cars up here, there's quite a few people that work behind the scenes. The officials, the people that run the events, the people that run the championships, etc.
The unsung heroes.
The unsung heroes, dead right, yeah. Now, I'm walking uphill, so I may be out of breath in a minute. I'm with Tim Wilson. Tim is the British Hillclimb Championship coordinator.
The man.
He's the man at the top, yes, a man whose job it is to collate all the points and keep the championship alive. Tim, welcome.
It's good to be here, Dave. We always like our annual visit to Devon, and Wiscombe is a very challenging hill, and as you can see this weekend from the programme, a lot of entries from all over the UK attracted here, so it's good to see that. They obviously appreciate a well-run event, don't they, at this challenging little hill, and obviously with the Tin Top Challenge as well this year, that's added another bit of interest, so a real range of cars eligible for the Tin Top runoff.
It'd be good to watch, won't it? And then anybody who's here, just make sure you stay to the end of the day, because that's when all the excitement happens, isn't it, with the Tin Top and the top 12 runoffs?
Yeah, so after lunch we've got the first qualifying run, and that'll tell us who's qualified for the Tin Top runoff and for the British Championship runoff. And you say those were held later on today. I think the Tin Top in particular is relatively new. It's only our second year. It's the first time we've had a counting round at Wiscombe. And you can see a huge range of cars that are eligible for that. Everything from the standard Vauxhall Corsa of Archie and Alice Cooper, right up to the four-wheel drive Legacy and Skoda Fabias, and the big monstrous Audi of Simon Bainbridge.
That's a big beach, isn't it?
Yes, rather him than me trying to drive that up this hill. I know he's struggling to get around some of the tighter bends.
Yes, he did say that this morning at Martini he had a little bit of problem getting around, and he nudged the bank as he went around.
I think he's looking for a few people to come out with shovels overnight and try and take a little bit off the corner.
Yeah, we're just about to get run. Oh, sorry. Just about to get run over. We'll walk back out the way a bit. Yeah. So, how many rounds are to the championship these days?
We've got we did actually reduce the number of rounds a number of years ago because it was just relentless, just 3 weekends a month. So we're down at 14 rounds, or 14 events anyway, which is still a big commitment to anybody doing the national championship. We're fortunate that a lot of interest in the championship, with 170 people registered, which for a national championship is a big commitment.
And you've just come back from the Channel Islands, haven't you?
That's right, yeah, we go every year. We have an event at Bully Bay on the Wednesday in Jersey, and then cross to Guernsey for Val de Terre, both completely different hill climbs, both run on public roads, but both different challenges. So.
Oh, we're getting run over again. I think they're out to get us. I don't know. Is it you they want, Tim, or is it me they're trying to run over?
Yeah, we do seem to be in the way here, Dave, don't we?
Yeah, sadly, one of the things we normally do here at this meeting we've not done this year, and that is the cake competition. So I know you always look forward to that. I do apologise for not having a cake competition this year.
Well, I'm looking forward to that coming back on board next year. Clearly, it'll help my diet, not having to judge that this year, but it's always been a great addition to the Wiscombe weekend.
Yeah, it's always a bit of fun. But yeah, great to see so many, as you say, so many competitors here. There's a lovely selection of cars, and what lovely people you have within your championship. And I mean, we got Olivia Cooper going past now, who holds the fastest lady title here, doesn't she?
No, in hill climbing, it's a very sociable sport. That's part of the attraction. From a driver's point of view, you compete in literally a few minutes over a weekend. So. The social side of it is equally important. Competitors get on well together, they help each other, and yeah, that's the big attraction. You've got people of all age groups. You know, it's good to see some younger drivers competing in the events this year too.
Yeah, because obviously the younger people are our future, aren't they?
Absolutely, and I think hill climbing's always had families involved. It's always had a good number of lady drivers. It's a sport where ladies can compete on an even basis with men.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. Thank you for bringing your championship here to us again this year. Woolbridge Motor Club, I know, always appreciate having the British Championship round, and long may it continue.
It's good to be here, Dave. Thanks for having us.
Thank you, Tim. So, Tim, give us a little bit of an overview of the British Championship.
There's a lot of work involved in that, I'm sure, because we mentioned the British Hillclimb Championship, but there's the Hillclimb Cup as well, and as you and Tim alluded to, the Tin Top Challenge.
Yes.
So Tim and his wife Jackie have got all that, and the administration, and the updated results will be out for all the competitors later in the day, this evening, before they sit down and retire, with possibly a little glass of something in their hands.
I tell you what, it's
they'll
quite
know
nice.
exactly what's going on in the championship and be prepared for tomorrow.
I'm walking around the race car paddock at the moment, and there's two marshals walking up through the middle who have got so much motorsport experience. It's unbelievable. Rod Oils. Rod is often seen here with his Alpha 4C.
Well, what was due to run, but I understand there's a problem with the car.
Yeah, there's an engine issue, so he's unable to take part. But he's helping marshal the paddock. And the other person is Hannah Wiltshire. And Hannah often used to compete here in a single-seater, daughter of Tony Wiltshire. And Tony's a seasoned competitor, been coming here for many decades. And it's lovely to sort of see them as they're not actually competing, but they're actually here helping to run our meeting for us.
That's club motorsport.
It is,
That's
indeed.
the epitome of club motorsport.
So,
and it's good today because we've got such an array of travel. We've got the stars, shall we say, the British Hillclimb Championship boys, but then we come all the way down through the various classes, and we've also got the locals, the Southwest boys, with the Interclub looking at trying to score some points for the Tillicourt Wiscombe Championship. So we've got a broad gambit of competitors and machines, and we've got some of them waiting to come out and do their bit on the track as soon as we've got everything ready.
Are they almost back in position down there, are they?
Well, we haven't got any red flags out, but not that I can see, but we're not in a go situation, but
So anybody who's not been to hill climbing before, when we have a red flag situation, it means that the actual competition stopped for the duration that the flag is actually shown for. It could be because they're sweeping on the track, it could be mechanical, or anything, but anything that creates a disruption to the flow of the day, basically, isn't it?
That's right. And anybody who's on the hill, the following car, if they get stopped by a red flag, and that's the purpose of the red flag, to make sure that any car on the lower parts of the hill stops before he arrives at the incident, then that driver gets a rerun. So it's fair and equitable as can be.
Yes. Not liking that grey cloud over the other side of your commentary caravan.
Oh dear. No, no. Let's be positive.
Let's ignore
about
it,
that.
shall we?
Yes, let's not worry
Peter
about
Reed's got his sun hat on, so we'll be all right.
it. Yes. Sartorial
It-
elegance
it looks-
personified.
I'm not going to say, but it does look a little bit like a patio brolly that we looked at earlier this week, but slightly smaller. Not that much smaller. Oh, Peter's going to get me for that. And
Mind your back.
Oh.
There's a quick car coming down the hill.
they didn't pay him enough. He missed me. So yeah, so it's quite a little bit of a delay there, isn't it? I see the timekeeper's out doing some maintenance on their equipment under the fir tree there.
As you do.
Yeah. Showing their displays. Right, so you've got a car coming down now, number 98.
Number 98, indeed.
Yeah, it's starting to come out now.
So that's William Luffridge, all the way from Antrim with his Empire Wraith.
The Empire's of a very much a West Country car, isn't it? Bill Chaplin up there at Staithes on the moors, on the Somerset Levels. Not that anybody'd ever find Staithes unless they knew where it was. Yeah.
So we're just taking off the tyre covers. Keep the tyres clean. The tyres are a critical element in speed hill climbing.
Without a doubt.
So a lot of the competitors will put covers on as they bring the cars down from the paddock area towards the start line. Later on we might see some of them firing up the rear wheels to get some heat into the rear tyres, but not bothering to do that during practice.
I'll leave it to you now then. You appear to
Thank
be
you,
back
David.
live,
We're
and
back going.
I'll go wandering.
You wander off, yes indeed. So green lights on, and Williams away off the line in 2.59 seconds. His Empire Wraith. The gate and the S's all neat and tidy in 17.7. The left-hander leads into Saw Bench Hairpin. Fortunately, I haven't got a view of Saw Bench Hairpin, so I can next pick up the cars on Castle Straight. And he's now under braking for Martini. Safely through there, car number 98. Time of 37.29. Rapidly across the parkland. Class J2, racing cars 1100. Out of the S's in 17.05. Martini rather, and over the finish line for the time of 36.56. Safely over Barney's lead goes Alex Coles. Forstier showing with Kelvin Broad. It's a 16.91 at the S's for the Plymouth driver. Braking done very late, but makes it through Martini to clock 36.07, 36.07 for Alex Coles. James now on the hill. 9 competition number on the flanks of the turbo powered, and that denotes that we'll finish 9th in last year's championship. So as we get through to the larger capacity cars, you'll see the rest of those numbers. You'll see 7s and 6s all the way down to 1 champion. 2, of course, last year's runner Scott Moran, now not in single-seaters. The flanks of the Skoda Fabia R5. So practice time for Paul Hayes, 9:35. Drivers now, they've had that, got their eye in, had a sighting run, and now they're beginning to dial in some pace. The times are beginning to come down, and then once we get to the first time, we now qualify opportunity for the top 12 runoffs, then we'll see turn up the tempo, and then that will no doubt probably go up again for championship points. So we should be building up as we go through these time, well, when we get to the timed runs. We're down to the line now with Delara Cosworth. So now we're beginning to see the cars and the drivers that will really be serious contenders to qualify for the top 12 runoff a little later. Time for 1:03. It's Harry Pick with the OMS. It's 37.2. So Cottrell away in 2.24 seconds. This Delara, which has built up by DJ race cars. Originally racing car, powered by a Cosworth XD IndyCar engine. 2.22 off the line for car 8 Dave Uren with the GR55B 3.5 litre Gould. We've got different ages of Gould. The 55 obviously predates the 59. 59 has been in production for quite a few years now, but it is the current machine. And there are different adaptations of that machine depending on what engine is being used. Obviously, some using Cosworth, some using Judd. And Trevor Willis now up towards Bunny's Leap. Completely different approach on engines here with the OMS. Here we have basically two Suzuki Hayabusa engines put together to form a V8. So 3.2 litre V8 powering this car through the S's in 16.98 seconds. Time for Jack Cottrell, cut 1:03, was a 37.97. David Uren down in the 35s, a low 35 as well, a 35.33. So we have red flags out on the hill at the moment. So Trevor Willis, I see red flags at the top of the S's, and that's because we've got marshals out at Martini doing a little bit of tidying up, possibly. So perhaps a brush with that bank at the top, pulling a bit of debris and some stones out onto the track. Could that be a red flag for Willis? We will see. Yep, number 6, Trevor Willis, was flagged. Got the red flag that Dave and I were talking about a little earlier, so that'll be a rerun for Trevor. Trevor, multiple British champion and also a record holder here at Wiscombe Park.
Trevor set one of the top 12 fastest times in Jersey last week. So,
yeah, indeed, he had a very good run. The OMS, not the most powerful car here this weekend, but the expertise of Trevor came through very much to that, and he took a runoff victory on the first of the two Booly Bay meetings, and then was second at Val de Terre. So having finished fourth at Booly and at Val de Terre in the other round, so he came away with nice handful of points there. Alex Summers, of course, had a storming weekend in the Channel Islands with 3 victories, one at Booly Bay, 2 at Val de Terre. So the other victory, of course, was that of Trevor Willis. So yeah, and that puts Alex nicely clear at the top of the British Hillclimb Championship at the moment with 137 points, with Will Hall, who we'll be seeing very shortly. Can I see his car going down the practice road? Yep, he is indeed. And then in third place, Matthew Ryder, who's sharing the Judd-powered GR59J with Sean Gould.
Sounds like firing up again.
So we've got a clear track now. I think
something I will say. I had a chat with Will this morning, Will Hall, and we're running a photo competition here at Wiscombe, and he's very generously offered to sponsor it for us. So if you're taking photos, don't forget, go to the Wiscombe Park website, have a look. There is a photo competition. Submit your best photos, and you may be in the chance for winning a lovely prize at the end of the year.
Good. Well then, from Stourbridge out of the S's in 16.7 seconds, another Judd V8 powered Gould GR59. So he's trying to thread the needle of this 915 metre course here at Wiscombe Park with about 670 brake horsepower on tap. An hour away from the line in 2.16 seconds is the man that leads the British Hillclimb Championship at the moment, Alex Summers. Launching 2.16, he's rapid up to the gate and through the S's already in 16.28 seconds. So Alex now with this DJ Firestorm powered by an XD V8 Cosworth 2.65 litres, another ex-IndyCar engine. So round Martini and over the line in 34.02. So that is our second 34-second climb, because we have Will Hall in the 34s as well. So let's deal with Will's time first. Car number 5, 34.98. Alex now just nipping in front of that, 34.02. So Matthew Ryder now out of the S's with the 4-litre Judd-powered Gould. Cleared the S's in 16.33. Martini, and around over the finish line, another 34-second climb, 34.18. So we just got 0.8 of a second covering 4 cars. Sean Gould, Will Hall, Alex Summers, Matthew Ryder. On the line then, the reigning champion, Wallace Mingies from Alloa in Scotland. Listen to that Cosworth 3.3 litre powering him off the line in 2.17 seconds. Four-time champion over Bunny's Leap. Another big accident at the beginning of the season. The car needed to be rebuilt and hasn't been finding his form. He's coming back, but not been in the winning stream that he has been in previous years. 16.85 at the S's. And now, see if I can pick him up on Castle Straight. Good progress through there, and neat and tidy through Martini. Off the line we move into Class M Sports Racing and Racing Cars to pick up Andy Tippett with the Brabham BT30X, 3.5 litre V8, and Wallace Mingies' time. Another another 34.18 in fact. So matching Ryder's time. So fastest in that little burst of action in this final practice run for the National Championship contenders. Alex Summers on 34.02. And then Matthew Ryder and Wallace Mingies both on 34.18. 34.73 with Sean Gold and 34.98 Will. And this is just practice. So we look forward to the time runs, the qualifying runs some excitement this afternoon. So now we're looking at 97, which is Richard Alexander with a 1300 turbocharged force PC9. Richard from Blandford in Dorset. And the S is 19.87 seconds. And the first of our actual time runs now from the Interclub classes on the line, waiting to go in car number 97. 97. Sorry, 130A that should be, which is Will Hames, and he's away off the line. So let's pick up the time for 97, which was Alexander, Richard Alexander. 97 is 41.22. Will Hames then sharing the Renault Clio Cup 197 car. James Wills, seeing his car 130 a little bit later. We pick up another double driver, that's 145A. From Class T3, Graham Blake showing with his son Jeff. He's driving the Westfield SEIW wide body Westfield there, powered by a 2-litre Vauxhall engine. Time for Will Hames, and it's 51.86 for 130A. Did I hear whistles being blown? Flags come out and the course vehicle is scrambled. Can't see anything on the hill at the moment.
I think that might be the end of the batch, Jeff. I could see another batch lining up in
right, could
Paddock.
be, could well be.
Yeah. So
it's just, yeah. I mean, yeah. He's still got his flag. He put just general procedure to put all the lights on. I guess they like their lights, don't they?
Oh, they do. That's Nigel with his lights. He loves lights.
Lights. So Will Hames' time 51.86. That kicks us off in the Interclub. That's all your local mates, isn't it?
It is, yes. All the local people.
Yeah.
Yeah. The ones that without them we would have no sport. The proper grassroots levelled people who work their way up to eventually, doing the more intense side of the sport. But I've got one here, young James Wills. Now, James is been a competitor for a few years, but he's been around the sport a lot longer, haven't you, James?
Yeah, basically grew up in this paddock as a kid, helping my godmother and various other people to run their cars, and felt it was about time I had a go, really. So here we are.
Yeah, you should have started earlier, mate. You're pretty good, aren't you?
I wouldn't go that far, but no, I'm having fun, enjoying it, and spuddling about.
So you're sharing your car today?
Yes, with Will Hames, son of a mate of mine, and Will's been helping to run his dad's car for the last few years, and he's sort of earned a spot in the car, really. So his enthusiasm and the fact he's got involved helping his dad out gives me free weekends to compete down here in the southwest. So.
So he goes off and does what you used to do, because you often help Will, don't you?
Yes, that's right.
Sorry, help Paul, rather.
Yeah, he runs around with the battery trolley and things and scrubs tyres when I'm down here doing this.
So, over the years, you've seen lots of changes in hill climb, haven't you? And the current cars now, they're quite more advanced than what they were when you started.
Yeah, very much so. They were made of aluminium and fiberglass, and the pill beams and things like that were about in the early 90s were phenomenal bits of kit for what they were. You know, Martin Griffiths was doing 34.5s up here in the early 90s. Some traction, whereas the carbon tubbed cars with the mega aero that we see now are just so fast in the corners. It's quite ridiculous.
So now, obviously there's a lot of people who may be here for the first time. If you were going to watch at Wiscombe, where would you stand?
For the big cars, I would stand on the bridge on the outside of Wisk Corner and watch the direction change as they go across the valley and up the hill towards Bunny's Leap. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah, and that is one of the faster parts of the course as well, isn't it?
That's right, yeah. I mean, the big cars are heading towards 130 mile an hour up there, and yeah, they are phenomenal bits of kit.
Well, thanks for that, and hopefully you're doing both days, I take it?
Yep, that's the plan. So, yep, co-drivers brought the car back, so time to hop in and have a go.
Enjoy your afternoon, and I'll catch up with you again no date tomorrow.
Cheers, Dave. Thanks.
That's if you can't run fast enough. Right.
A couple of times from those last cars then. Graham Blake on 43.82 with the Westfield on 45A, and Mike Williams 161A 40.27. So as James is sharing his car, so do Graham and Mike Williams, those two drivers, and in both cases they're sharing with their sons, and in both cases I think it's fair to say generally the sons are the faster of the pairing, so might have something to do with age and all that sort of thing, I guess. So returning cars from the Paddock area gives the top classes, the British Hillclimb Championship boys, the opportunity to start looking at the data and seeing if they can do any tweaks before they go out for their qualifying run after the lunch break.
I'm just wandering down the line of cars, and there's quite a diverse amount of cars here, including the lovely bright orange Porsche 914 with Keith Soom. And anybody who doesn't know Keith, you need to go and chat to him. He's a very nice person. Often beats me at Wordle first thing in the morning, but I let him off that. But Keith has got the 914, quite a rare car these days. We don't see that many of them in motorsport, so it makes a change to see something different, really. So have a wander down, have a look, have a chat to Keith. He's quite approachable.
As are most of the Hillclimb
They
Paddock,
are.
aren't they?
They are a nice group,
I
aren't
mean,
they?
it's not a problem for spectators to come into the Paddock area, have a close look at the cars, and engage the drivers in conversation. As we mentioned earlier on, as long as they're not feverishly working away, rectifying some issue, if they're quite relaxed, they'll have a chat and tell you all about the car and this, that, and the other.
When you actually get talking to Keith, he's got a huge amount of history. He used to be the editor of Hot Car Magazine and Custom Car Magazine. He's done drag racing, which he says is a bit like hill climbs but without corners. Either that or hill climbs are like drag races with corners, one or the other. But yeah, lovely to see his 914, because as I say, you don't see many of them. In fact, you don't see many of them at all. So to see one being used in competition is lovely.
Probably they're wrapped up in cotton wool somewhere, and because everybody's aware of their value, I guess.
Oh yeah, yeah. There are some valuable cars in amongst it when you actually start looking, isn't there?
Yeah.
You know, and again we come back to this diverse amount of, styles of cars that we have here. You know, we got everything from the Cooper's little Vauxhall Corsa,
road going, standardish road going.
Yeah, which they love. We got things like Porsches, Lotuses, Mini, quite a few caterhams, and then I'm obviously my favourite, so I get excited by the rally cars, and to see the two R5 rally cars. Einan's here, Einan Price, he's got one of the R5 rally cars. He's just looking at the sky, and he actually is a bit of a lover, shall I say, of the slightly damp condition, because
Well, he used to drive his single-seater in that fashion as well, didn't he?
Yeah.
Rally car fashion. Because Einan goes back to the motoring news days, does he not?
Einan does go back to motoring news days, and it looked like the old Rothman's colours on his Mark II Escort. I mean, I am going back. How far am I going back?
Going back to the 80s now, the end of the 80s, like 87 sort of era, and I drove one of the last cars that Harry Vatanen had, the Safari or Ivory Coast car, and it was a beautiful car. I wish I had it now.
We get like that, don't we? We start getting nostalgic about the cars we used to have.
Yeah, I know. It's all right looking back, you know. So anyway, I've got a good car now. Anyway, it's the next work. So yeah, hopefully, if it rains, it'll be even better.
I could see the grin on his face as he was looking skyward just now. So Einan a fan of the damp weather, and he's got the Skoda R5 rally car, the white one. So he will be enjoying it, whatever the conditions. He'll enjoy it anyway.
And we also, apart from the great range of cars, we have people who still drive their cars to and from the meetings, compete, as well as those who've got transporters and trailers and whatever. Alan Sydenham now away, or about to be away, off the line. Workshop controller, lives in Tiverton, and he's at the wheel of his 1993 Nissan Micra 1300. Car that Alan's performed with on the hills for quite a few years, and he's launched in 3.39 seconds, and following him up the hill will be the man from Lyme Regis, who currently leads the Tillicoultry Quarries Wiscombe Championship. That's Julian Rinaldi with his 1 litre turbocharged Ford Fiesta. Julian at the top of the points table at the moment on 55.65, with Ian Englehart lying second on 55.454, so all very nip and tuck. Ed Hollier in third on 55.10. So the only thing is, Julian led the championship for most of our season and just got nipped at the end, so we'd be hoping to see if he can hang on, and in that effort to do that, Julian is through the S's in 22.37 as across the parkland goes Christopher Wells from Bridgewater with his Mazda MX-5 NC, car that's been improved, as a lot of these cars, particularly in the Interclub part of the event, year on year. And the Mazda has a limited slip diff, fast flow exhaust has been remapped, it's got poly bushes all round to tighten up the suspension, improve the handling. So a lot of drivers have a program, and they'll do a bit as and when financial resources allow. They'll do a bit one season and then a bit another, and generally improve the car year on year. 1, 2, 3 now is Michael Sutton out of the S's with the Corolla T Sport in 22.83. So let's have a look at the time. Alan Sydenham 118, stop the clocks on 51.27, so he just nips in front of Will Hames' time there. Julian Rinaldi with the garage proprietor with the Fiesta, 45.97. That's car 120, 45.97. Christopher Wells with the Mazda 122, 49.07 his time. Joined in the top paddock by Michael Sutton with the Corolla T Sport, car 123, 47.63. So Julian Rinaldi leads, Michael Sutton leads Christopher Wells at the top of T1, road-going series production cars. And man away off the line in 2.72 seconds, Richard Smith with his basically 1800 turbo Audi S3. Time for John White, car 124 is a 61.91 with the Mini Cooper S. BMW style Mini Cooper S. Gareth Lovell stopped the clocks on 54.92 with his Peugeot, 54.92 for car 125. Richard Smith then through the S's in 23.59. As Debbie Blake comes through the gate into the S's and out in 23.63. Smith is around Martini and over the line in 49.20 for 128. Time for Keith Zoom, Dave was talking about just now with the Porsche 914, stopping the clocks on 49.11. So Weymouth driver Debbie Blake with the John Cooper Works Mini Cooper, car 129. Takes her first official time of the day and it's a 47.77. Puts her into third place with Rinaldi and Sutton still in the other podium position, so to speak. Now, James Wills, who was chatting to Dave a little while ago with his Renault Clio Cup 197 car, completes his climb in 46.59 for James Wills. Lives nearby in Axminster. So Rinaldi still at the top, as on the start line we have likely Hillclimb car in that it's a BMW estate, a diesel one as well. 3.330D 3-litre diesel in the hands of Nick Davis. Time for Martin Cox with his Renault Clio Cup car, car 131 is a 48.65. Puts Martin into 5th place. Debbie Blake drops to 4th as James Wills moves into 2nd with that 46.59 time. Matt Van, car 132, we'd be looking for. Can I see 132? Doesn't look so. So we look at car for line now, 136, that's John Wells in his BMW Mini Cooper S. And Anthony Wright, we haven't got time for him either. So Nick Davis is our focus of attention, car 134, made it to the top with the BMW estate in 51.25. Jim Faulkner lights up the rear tyres of his wide-bodied Westfield 2-litre, moving us into road-going specialist production cars. Adrian Lewis in that division, a non-starter unfortunately, but we do have the man that's on the line at the moment, Ian Englehart, 5-time Wiscombe Championship winner, away in 2.72 seconds with this Vauxhall powered Westfield SE. Had run the car with a BDA for a number of seasons, both swap cars and engine. Started in motorsport on grass with a grass gymkhana with an Hillman Imp back in 1988. Then did a little bit of autocross and then started hill climbing in 2014. Another previous Wiscombe champion out on the hill now over Bunny's Leap, and that's Jonathan Wright with the Golf GTI, striking yellow machine. Jonathan took the series win here at Wiscombe in 2009 and again in 2020. Road legal car. So time for John Wells, car number 136, was 47 seconds dead, 47.00 for John Wells. Terry Headley with his 328i Sport BMW running as 135, clocked 48.84. And Jim Faulkner's time, car 140, it's a 46.81. And Ian Engelhardt driving on to good effect with a 40.51, 40.51 for Ian Engelhardt, who currently lies second in this year's Wiscombe Championship, as the enthusiastic Mark Linford now on the hill with his Mark 1 Escort, taking us into Sports Libre and rally cars. But we'll pick up some times in Class T3 Modified Series production for Jonathan Wright with the Golf car 144, 43.45, so he nips in front of the Westfield of Gray and Blake. Jeff Blake's time with the 2-litre Vauxhall powered Westfield car 145 is a 42.78, and the reigning Wiscombe champion Paul Reynolds aboard his 1585cc Caterham 7 rockets to the top to lead the class in 38.72 for Paul Reynolds. So Reynolds leads, Jeff Blake leads, Jonathan Wright leads, Graham Blake. But we now look at Class T4, and we'll pick up Mark Linford's time with the Mark 1 Escort car 150. It's a 45.26. As around West Corner goes Tim Porter from Wimborne in Dorset with this other Vauxhall powered machine, the Darien T90. Really a rally car. But Tim very successful with this Vauxhall red top powered machine. 245 brake horsepower, driving through a 6-speed sequential gearbox. Time for John Simpson in his Mark 1 Escort car 151 is 48.04. Stuart Haskins with his RS 1800 Mark II car 152 stopped the clocks on 47.83 to slip into second place behind Mark Linford. What's Tim Porter got to say about that? In car 153 he's rewritten the order and goes to the top in 44.26. That's 153, leading Class T4 now with a time of 44.26. Linford down to second, Haskins third, Simpson fourth. Now Sports Libre and rally cars, the final runner there is very much in the Sports Libre bracket. That's Rod Thorne with this Rover V8, 5-litre V8 powered Pilbeam MP43. But another of the rally car competitors in this class, Andrew Phillips, previous class winner here at Wiscombe Park this season, takes the Peugeot 205 over the finish line on a 44.49. That's 154, 44.49. David Yeo with the Legend Ford Coupe. Son Yan is competing in the national event. David doing the Interclub. So car 155 on the top, Paddock on 45.89. Thorne joins him there and goes to the top of the list in Class T4 with a climb of 41.96. Prada takes the lead in Class T4 Sports Libre and rally cars. So then we just got the racing cars left in the Interclub event. Mike Williams, the A driver, took his run a little earlier on 40.27. Now son Tom makes it to the top on 40.44. So I think we may be looking at a rerun here. Car number 6, in fact, on the line as we prepare to go into lunch. Trevor Willis taking that rerun from being flagged, away off the line in 2.41 seconds, unleashes the power of these two Suzuki Hayabusa engines bolted together to make a V8, and using that to good effect. 16.91 from Worcester area, and is neat and tidy through the S's. And now Martini Owen very quickly around in 35.15. 35.15 for Trevor Willis, car number 6. So I think leads us into the lunch break. We've got the course vehicle out on the hill just to bring those cars down from the top paddock. So it's an ideal opportunity to come down to the paddock area and look at the cars, particularly when everybody relaxes a little bit during the lunch break. And in that time we will also have a little memorial to a past member who's been of the Wiscombe team. As I say that, I think I see raindrops on the side of the commentary box, but let's hope that doesn't manifest itself any further, and we can enjoy a lunch break. We'll come back to you during that lunch break to cover up a few things, and then we'll be looking at, of course, one more run for each category, the national and the interclub. The national boys, their timed run will be their qualifying run, so the fastest 12 registered contenders there will go forward to the climax of the event, the runoff. We've also got the tin top runoff and another run for the local boys in the interclub section. So all that to come after the lunch break.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome here to Wiscombe Park near Honiton to the Woolbridge Motor Club British Championship Hillclimb meeting. We have 2 days of motorsport here for you, and the best of the hillclimb world are all here with their racing cars. We're going to have a walk around the paddock here now. There's quite a lot of cars. As you can see, some of them have got covers over them at the moment. This is because we've had a tiniest little bit of a, shall we say, a rain, just a very, very light shower. But hopefully that will stay off. The clouds are high, and we're going to have a walk around and just see what people are doing and what the drivers are up to. So just walking up through, we have the Cooper family over here. They've got their OMS under the sheet. Liam's obviously been doing work. He's cleaning his hands there. Olivia's there as well. Let's go and have a chat to Olivia. Olivia.
Hi, Dave.
So, Olivia, you are the current ladies hill climb record holder. That's the word. That's right. Yeah, the record holder here, aren't you?
At Wiscombe, yes.
Yeah, at Wiscombe, yeah.
Yep.
And you have been coming here for many, many years. And when was your first visit to Wiscombe?
Crikey. Well, I came as a baby. I've been coming since I was a baby with my parents. First driving was when I was about 18, I suppose, which I'm not going to tell you how long ago that was.
It wasn't long.
It was a long time ago. Yes, been coming here for 20 plus years of
just
driving.
20, just leave it at 20, it's easier. So now you're sharing the car, the TA Force with Liam, your husband.
Yep.
Now, I got a feeling you're actually faster than Liam, aren't you?
Not always.
No, I don't know. He's hiding over there.
He is hiding. He'd prefer not to be interviewed.
Yeah, I don't know. He may not get away. And he's your daughter now as well.
I'm sure she'll be happy to be interviewed.
So we got racing cars and your daughter in the Vauxhall Corsa, isn't she?
Yes, yeah. So we've got the whole family out.
The whole family.
Alice and Archie in the Corsa, Liam and myself in this.
Yeah,
so
Alice wandering off.
She's running away.
She's running away. She knows what's going on. She knows what's coming next. But yeah, it's lovely. Now the car is motorcycle engined, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. 1600 booster.
And you've had it how many years?
About 5 or 6 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, used to it now. And Liam behaving himself this week.
Absolutely.
Good.
Always on best behaviour.
Yeah, good. Yeah. So hopefully you'll, I don't know if you do it today, but hopefully you'll bring your personal best down a little bit. It'd be nice.
It would be nice to have a go. Yes.
Yeah.
It's, I was looking. It was a while back actually. It was in 2019. So yeah, I need to pull my finger out of it, don't I?
You need to get over it, don't you? Yeah. But it will be nice to see you sort of like again retaining that fastest lady time here at Wiscombe Park.
Yeah, it'd be good if we could get into the 36s.
Yeah.
That would be good.
Yeah. Now, just touching on something slightly different. We also here today are going to honour your father, aren't we?
Yeah.
Now, what was his involvement with Wiscombe originally, for anybody who doesn't know?
Right. So he was one of the original directors back in the 50s, 60s.
Yeah, early 60s.
And did a lot of work on the hill. I remember coming down here when I was little and, sorting out the long drop loos back in the day and, clearing the track and cups of soup in the house. So over the years he's done a lot at Wiscombe.
He was one of the main people that got us having motorsport here at Wiscombe Park, wasn't he?
Absolutely,
and I
yes.
think we must thank you for that. As a family, it's great to see that the family tradition is being kept going, and we hopefully we'll see you sort of picking up a trophy at the end of the day.
Well, that'd be nice, and I think we're having a moment of noise for him
yes.
towards the end of lunch break to
Yes,
sort of
that
rather than a moment of silence. We thought a moment of noise would be rather more appropriate.
Yes, that's lovely. And it would be nice if you would actually start this up and start the moment of noise, wouldn't it?
We can do that and give it a few revs. I think in his memory that would be a nice
lovely.
thing to do.
Thank you very much.
No, you're very welcome.
Yeah. So that's Olivia Cooper. Her husband Liam's over there. So we will wander on up the paddock now. Let's see who else we can find. Terry Grant. Now Terry is a Cornishman. Terry? No, you're not allowed to swear. This is a live stream going out, so you mustn't say
the car's
anything
not working, so I must be allowed to
oh dear, what's up with the car today?
procrastinate. Well, a new engine,
Yeah,
and then you'd like to think that it would be sweet as a nut, wouldn't you?
you would.
But it's almost like the time is 180 degrees out, so it's misfiring on all the cylinders are firing.
Yeah.
But it's about as fast as a Mondeo at the moment.
So it's a bit like the old Morecambe and Wise thing. All the cylinders are firing, but not necessarily in the right order.
Exactly. Yes. Yes.
So, are you going to be able to?
No, I've got to
overcome
split
it
the
this weekend?
gearbox. No, I've got to split the
quite a lot of
gearbox
work
to
then.
get to the camp centre. So.
Yeah.
It's all been designed so perfectly well by Cosworth.
Yeah.
That,
right.
yes.
But yeah, well,
But it's always lovely to see you.
yeah, you like. It's always lovely.
Only like a cheap watch.
Yeah, it's a great venue though, isn't it?
It is
Wiscombe?
fantastic. It's
Yeah.
nice to see everybody.
Yeah.
And I shall be so fed up tomorrow I'll even come back and watch.
Yeah, well, that'd be nice if you do.
Yeah.
Yeah, but hopefully you'll get it sorted.
Oh, we'll get it. We'll
We'll
get there, won't we? But it's just frustrating when you work till midnight every night in the week trying to get it right.
Yeah, this is quite a commitment, isn't it, to keep a Hillclimb car going?
Yes.
You know, but the sort of like the 40 seconds maximum. I mean, 30 some odd in your case.
36.20 is the best I've ever done.
20,
Yeah.
That you go up the hill and you have to put a lot of effort in maintaining the car, preparing the car, and all that.
Well, we don't work out pounds per second.
No.
Because
it'd
be rather upsetting, wouldn't it? But we do it because we enjoy it. It's supposed to be fun, you see.
It is fun. Yeah.
And sometimes it is, and sometimes it isn't.
So you have to accept that not always does it work to your favour. Hopefully you'll get it sorted without too much effort.
We'll get there.
You'll make the next round. Where's the next round?
Prescott for me.
Yeah.
I'm missing Chelsea, which is the British Midland round, 2 weeks' time. I'm going up to watch. I didn't enter it because I hadn't got an engine at that point.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to go and spectate, and then I've got Prescott, then Lowton, and then I'll probably do Castle Combe or Anglesey.
Do a sprint.
Yeah.
Yeah, big change, isn't it?
Yeah, I'll clear it out.
Yeah. Anyway, nice to see you.
Thank you,
Shame it's not working, but hopefully you'll.
I'm getting used to it now.
Don't. It's not really that bad.
I'll see you later.
See you later. So we got Will Hall with the Vanity Hall car there. Can't see Will anywhere at the moment, but I can see Trevor Willis. So we're going to see if we can have a quick word with Trevor. So this is his OMS, which has got effectively two motorcycle engines joined together in a V formation. So this is the actual engine in there. 2 minutes.
So yeah,
No, it's a live stream.
Okay.
You know what that means, don't you? No, this is Trevor Willis. Trevor, this is your car.
Yep.
It's been a very good car for you over the years, hasn't it? Is it the same tub and
It's
everything?
the same. It was new in 2013, so it's like it's 11 years old now, the tub.
Yeah.
But the rest of the car has evolved over the years. Most other parts of it have been modified heavily since then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it's a constant thing, isn't it? You always do a little bit more to get that little bit. More
You're
time,
always trying to improve it, improve the reliability of it, improve the performance of it.
Yeah.
Just trying to get a little bit more all the time. Yeah.
Yeah. Jersey was good for you, wasn't it?
It was very good. Yes, my
Yes.
first win in 5 years since
well
since
done. Thank you.
back here in 2019, I think. Yes.
Yeah.
So
Is that
yeah.
when you took the Hill record, 2019?
No, I don't think I did then. I think Wallace took it. But anyway, I did win a runoff then. So
Yeah. That's just good over in Jersey there. And have you had to do much changes to the spec of the car since you come back from Jersey, or is it basically?
I've had very little time to do anything other than
like I say, there wasn't a lot of time.
clean
was
it and prepare it, and then come down with it. So no, it's actually identical to how it was in Jersey and Guernsey. Yeah.
So, but, yeah, always immaculately turned out. Lovely.
Thank you.
Now, the engine is quite a little bit unique, isn't it?
Yes, it's made by RPE, Radical Performance Engines, and it's essentially two Hayabusa Suzuki motorbike engines put together. So you've got the cylinder head and barrel of the motorcycle, and then RPE designed and made their own crankcase and crankshaft. So it's a bit different to most of the cars here. They're V8s that are designed specifically for racing. This is essentially a road engine, cylinder head and barrels, and so it's not quite. It's never going to have the same performance as those, but it's a really good engine in its own right. It's got a very beautiful power delivery, nice flat kind of torque curve, and it's been very good to me. So
how far do you, or how long do you go between rebuilds? Do you do one every winter?
Well, yeah, sometimes you get enforced ones when bits fall out of it.
Yeah, we've just been talking to Terry Graves. He's in a bit of an enforced rebuild.
Yeah, so but generally I can go 2 years without
pretty good, really.
So yeah, you can get, and there's a fair amount of running with that for for a hill climb engine. So yeah.
Last time I saw you were on 2 wheels at Shelsley.
Yes.
Yeah. Good day was that?
It was a really good day. It was probably the most, sitting on the start line at the Chelsea, which I've sat on there for many times, most nervous I've ever been.
Really?
It's a different thing on a motorbike, and you can fall off motorbikes.
Yes,
Generally,
you
it's difficult to fall off a car. So yeah.
But you had a good time. You were actually one of the first to go through 100 mile an hour over the finish line.
Yes, I was also nearly the first person to go in the gravel trap after the finish as well, because it caught me by surprise, really. Yeah, slowing down a motorcycle is very. This you can go through here. In one of those, I've driven the DJ Firestorm through there, 150 miles an hour, and it's not a problem stopping it.
Yeah.
105 miles per hour on a motorbike with ABS, a road bike on ABS, the ABS saying, no, we're not going to slow down here is quite a traumatic experience. So,
but you survived it.
Yes, I did. Yeah,
so there's only the 3 wheels left to go now, and you said you're not doing that. You said they're a bit dangerous.
No. I wouldn't mind driving it, but I'm not going to be a passenger.
You're not going to be a passenger?
No, I'm not that stupid.
No. Anyway, well, thank you for taking a little bit of time to have a chat to us, and enjoy the rest of your weekend, and we'll see you at the finish tomorrow.
Okay, all right, thanks Dave.
Thanks Trevor.
Cheers.
So that's Trevor Willis. So we go on up now, we carry on up. See who else. We have a host of people up here now amongst this lot. We can start with Scott Moran. Now Scott, this is a live stream and we know what that means.
No swearing.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
So you're over here in the racing car paddock.
Yeah. I'm just coming to see if I could nick Will's Wi-Fi.
Have you? We always sort of thought, is he ordering pizzas again? I know he loves a pizza.
He might be having a pizza just now, probably.
Yeah,
a bit of traction.
We'll get somebody come in a minute with a pizza on the back of a little moped.
Yeah.
This is really your natural habitat, the racing car paddock.
I suppose it is really, yeah. That's where I've cut the teeth of that, yeah.
Today.
Different, across the other side, in the rally car today.
Yeah.
So Dad's given me the opportunity to have a play. So why not? I've always fancied coming here with a rally car. So from I think '93 we came here for the first time. Dad was in his pill beam, and I thought this would be good in a rally car. And here we are.
That's good.
Yeah, it's only 31 years.
You got it though, didn't you? Yeah, it's worth the wait, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So who's putting in a better time, you or Dad?
I have at the minute. Yeah. The first run this morning was a bit steady, but then I've picked my feet up, and it's really, there's not much between us. There's sort of half a second between me and Dad and Iden, so it's close.
I saw you at Rally Prescott a couple of years ago, which is the first time you've been out in the Skoda R5 rally car. You said that the only time you'd actually been in it before was to sit in it and
to warm it up.
Yeah.
That's it,
and that was all you'd done.
And
you still went out to FTD, didn't you?
It's good. It's an effective car. So it's really weird to say, but like once you've driven one of these, the top flight single seaters, anything you get in after that is going to be slow.
Yeah.
And there's obviously the point where there is a point where it's going to be, oh shit, I've gone a bit quick into this. So there is it's all it's all relative.
Yeah.
But they are. These single seaters are awesome. You can't describe what they're like really. So.
Young Darren Gumley wandering past, not wanting to talk.
But you'll grab him.
I'll catch up with him later. He doesn't realise it, but I will. But so it is actually great to see you still over here. Mixing with them.
Well, at the end of the day, we've been around the paddock for years together, and we have it's a good bit of banter, and I can come over here and take the mick and walk away.
Yeah, exactly.
So
They can't find you over there.
No.
They've never been over there a lot of them. They don't know what's the other side of that road.
No, they're a lovely bunch. It's good.
Anyway, thanks, Scott. We'll have a wander around.
Yeah, Will wants to chat, I think.
Yeah, I think Will does want to chat, but I don't know where he's gone. So Will Hall is up here somewhere. He's very good at blending into the background when there's a microphone around, but we'll see if we can't find him. Failing that, we will go straight to the top, I think, and see if Wallace Mingies is available. Wallace being the current British Hillclimb champion, got number 1 on his car for this season, and hopefully he'll be there somewhere to have a little chat to us. Let's go and have a look, see if he's in his lorry.
Wallace is halfway up the hill.
Is he? He's walking that way, is he? Well, let's go in here. Now, these cars here, this is a Gould, this is a Gould, and there is Mr. Gould sat in there. So let's go and have a chat with Sean. Sean,
Just finished my bacon butty. So.
you finished your bacon butty. Did you want to finish all of it?
No. Just a bit pressed up.
Sean is basically Mr. Gould, who is Gould Racing Cars. You've had a busy week, haven't you?
Yeah. I made a bit of a mistake in the Channel Islands in the wet on a damp qualifying run and managed to back the rear wing into the wall.
All right, Harry. That's all right, Harry.
This is Harry. This is
Harry, my
Sean's
son,
son.
who's autistic, so he's probably a bit interested in that.
This is our microphone.
Woof.
Yeah.
It's a microphone. All right, Harry.
Oh, don't turn it off.
Don't turn it off.
Don't turn it off. We'll be all right.
Okay.
Oh, Dad's just dropped his sandwich.
Yeah, I know. Sorry.
Yeah.
I literally have just finished. Yeah, no, I just backed it into the wall and made an error of judgment. You know, I was trying to qualify, obviously, for the runoff, and I've been in that situation before where I haven't tried hard enough.
Yeah.
And it's an unknown track to me, really, and we don't drive. You know, it's obviously the conditions changed. It was dry, and I just went in a bit too hot, really. The car was very good, actually, which was annoying because obviously Matthew's trying to win the championship, and I ruined it for him, really, in that
Matthew's
weekend.
around somewhere, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He's probably run off because he's seen you coming.
Yeah, that's what happens, unfortunately. We're going to see if we can find him.
Yeah, so all in all, that was a bit of a disappointment. But this year's been pretty good, really. The car's been. We made some sort of minor improvements with it. With slightly larger rear wing over the last few events. Since we did that, then I've won an event, which at 62 is quite old, really, for being these 30-year-olds. So
don't you leave it?
She's crazy, but no, it's been a good year. At least it's been tight. It's been a shame for Wallace because he had this off early on in the year, which really set him back, and I think it's taken him a while to recover from that. But he will recover. He'll be back.
So anyway, pleased to see you got the car back together here, and then
all right,
Harry with you helping you.
Yeah. No, the car's fine. The car's all good, and it's hopefully it'll stay dry all weekend, and we can see what these boys can do.
The sun's coming through again now. So anyway, enjoy the rest of your weekend. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right.
I understand you had a bit of a delay at the airport as well on the way back.
Oh, crikey, yeah, you've heard from your friends,
Yeah.
Just anything that could have gone wrong last week did go wrong, including my wife having a head-on crash in the road car with Harry in it, and so that's written off, and but thank goodness they're safe, so all good.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. All right. Say bye-bye then.
Say bye.
Hey, bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Cheers, Harry. Cheers, Sean. Right, so we wander on down the paddock again. Now, I am determined to catch up maybe with Will Hall because he keeps running away. So let's see who else there is close at hand. We have Matthew Ryder in here. Matthew knows I'm looking at him, so he knows what that means. I don't even have to speak. All right?
Yeah, very well, thank you.
Matthew, so you're sharing with Sean.
Yep.
Pleased to have the car back for this week, I would think, weren't you?
Yeah, definitely. It was a bit tight turnaround after a bit of an incident in Guernsey, but managed to sort out the rear wing, which was the problem. So, really glad to be here.
Yeah. So, how's your practice gone this morning?
Yeah, really good actually. Two good runs. I thought the track was a bit slippery in the first one, but it's starting to rubber in now. The sun's coming out, so hopefully we'll just keep building on that throughout the weekend.
We had that little shower just now, very light shower.
Yeah.
I thought, oh no, I don't say it's going to go damp this afternoon, but
I think we should be okay. I was having a look at a forecast earlier, and I think it's going to and tomorrow looks even better than today. So
have you had
in for a good
wins
weekend.
This year?
I've had a few wins, some at Harewood and Gurston. So had a few wins, quite a few seconds. But also a couple of zeros as well. So
I don't know how far there is between you guys at the top with Alex and yourself and Will. It's not a big.
It's not massive, but there is something. So Alex is ahead, and then Will's just ahead of me. Hi, Harry. So we've got Alex at the top, then a bit of a gap, and then me and Will are quite close, but Will's just ahead.
Yeah, Will's just ahead, is he?
Just,
At this moment.
At this moment.
But the day's not over.
The day's not over, and the season's definitely not over.
If Will didn't keep running away, we'd find out.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's very good at running.
Is he doing a runner?
He's doing a runner all the time. But anyway, well, thank you very much, Matt. Enjoy the rest of the weekend here. We'll catch up in a while and probably see you again tomorrow. See how you're doing.
Sounds great. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, all right. So let's wander on down. Oh. So we got Tim Wilson, who's the championship coordinator. Yeah. Alex Summers. No, Alex wasn't actually. He just stood up and walked towards us as if he wants to talk.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay. How's it going?
Yeah. How many times have we spoke today? I don't know, about 3 or 4, isn't it?
A few times, yeah. It's been nice.
Yeah,
It's been good.
It's been good. Thank you very much for everything you've done. The Colleton Grammar School came along this morning. The guys, I think, probably got some footage of it. Thank you for spending the time with them and explaining about hill climbing and your car and the construction and how it all works. It was fantastic.
Well, I was talking to them. I did former student at uni, which is where I always liked cars, but then I discovered engineering at that point, and now there are initiatives where they can start even earlier. And I think a lot of kids feel a little bit left out. Maybe when you get to 15, and you go, well, I don't know what I'm going to do. So it's nice that stuff like that's being done.
Yeah.
And if they come here and they can kind of see the cars, and maybe some of them will get inspired and go, it'll be great.
It's a case of like they come, they see it, and they think, actually, it doesn't hurt to send off an application.
I think what I wanted to get through is that no one knows as much as you think they might do when you're young, right? Everyone's having a go. When we built, I didn't build this one, but when I built my car, I by no means had all the answers at the beginning, and arguably I don't have any now. Yeah. I think you kind of got to encourage kids to, not to fail as such, but to start somewhere.
And not to be put off by failure.
Yeah, and the first thing they design or the first thing they build, whatever it is, it might be great, in which case happy days, but it's not engineering isn't a series of right answers, is it?
No.
It's kind of it's a science project, really.
It's a kind of process of elimination, isn't it? You try
sure.
something, if it doesn't work, you modify it, you try something else.
Yeah.
And then eventually you get the result you want.
Yeah, so if a few of them find themselves in Formula One or whatever, then we can be grateful, I suppose.
Well, thank you for everything you've done this morning, and spending the time that you spend with us.
That's good.
Coming down. Are we going to see the new car next year?
Next year will be a truncated year for me, for various reasons, which I won't go into. But I think long term, I'd like to bring the KF P40 here. That'd be nice.
Yeah.
I'd probably do, if I was going to have a slightly, I'm not saying this is stressful, right? But it's hard work. If I wanted to have a little bit of a quiet season, it might be that I do drive that one a bit more and let Mum have her car back. But one day, mate. I'd love to. It came here last year, but obviously I wasn't driving it, so.
Yeah, right, lovely. Anyway, thank you very much.
That's all right, thank you.
And hopefully you'll go away still at the top of the leaderboard this weekend.
Well,
a couple of more. You're going to need a bigger ring on the back to get more stickers on, aren't you? That's the problem.
We'll figure something out. I dare say Matt's going to come back strong this weekend. It's a really good championship. It's
very close.
It's kind of reminiscent of 2022 when Wallace and I were having a ding dong. It feels a similar thing, and it's hard work to be part of. It's stressful from a kind of we've got to keep the momentum up, but it's really exciting. It's really nice, and Matt's a lovely guy, and he's driven really, really well.
Yeah.
I think it's all good fun.
Yeah, right, lovely. Thank you very much.
All the best. Thank you, mate.
So carrying on down the paddock, we got some of the smaller bike engine cars over this side. And let's see who there is. Now here's a local competitor. This is Andrew Dinner. Andrew runs a Pilbeam with a V6 Rover engine, hence a hat, Pilbeam hat, and not competing today.
No, no particular reason. I love the Nationals. It's a wonderful event, and it would be nice to be part of this collection of beautiful machinery, and the Pilbeam will be very at home here. But no, I'm not competing. My wife's actually had a very small operation, nothing major, but wasn't sure when it was going to be. And you know what the NHS is now, overloaded, etc., etc. It could have been put off, it could have been, but as it happens, she's had it. So I've come up here on my own just to watch and look and learn.
Yeah.
And also to see where I could spend all of my
money,
disposable income that I haven't got.
Yeah, there's some beautiful cars though, aren't there?
Yeah.
Anything that's really caught your eye that you think, I'd like to have a little run in.
I think the motorcycle technology is obviously the way it's gone. And I can understand that it's light, they're getting lots of power out, and some of the power of these things must be phenomenal. But my heart will always be car engine gearbox sort of scenario, and I think a GR59 is the pinnacle of that, like the Pilbeam was in when I started. So anything with a car engine and gearbox is nice, but even then you go back down there to the Brabham, love it, absolutely superb.
The older cars like the Brabham and the Chevron up there.
Yes, the Chevron. I mean, I can remember.
Beautiful, aren't they?
Yeah, oh, superb. I mean, I remember competing against them when they had a Pilbeam. They had an MP62, both of them, and it was a beautiful time. And when they bought that, I thought, yeah, that sums it up. From my point of view, that really does. No, it doesn't sum it up because technology moves on. Look at Formula One. Look at anything, even life except technology moves on. But in the hill climb paddock, technology does move on, but that still ticks my vote. Yeah, it's wonderful.
Still a glorious car, the red Chevron.
Yeah, it's marvellous. Yeah. It is a wonderful, wonderful piece of kit, and you've got to say, it's beautiful.
It is.
But GR59s, the GR59Bs, whatever engine they've got, that is wonderful. I mean, it's carbon technology, it's light. I mean, it's very powerful. I mean, Trevor Willis's OMS still up there amongst them, and I think he probably outdrives the car. I don't know, but it is still a wonderful piece of machinery. And Steve Owen does some wonderful creations.
Steve's here.
Yes, he's got a V8 in it. Has he got one of the motorbike V8s?
I think he has. I'm not 100% certain. We go and have a chat to him in a moment. I think he's down there.
Yeah. But in reality, I suspect these guys are probably, the development that they've done is probably as much as the Goulds and all the rest of the bits and pieces.
Yeah, because these the lovely cars. I mean, the Empires, being a West Country company, it's quite nice to see.
Yeah.
And.
I mean, and the DJ Firehawk, which is excuse me, the DJ Firehawk, which is probably one of the original XD engine cars, isn't it? I think Wallace Menzies had one first.
Yeah.
And then
how's Harry?
How are you? How's Harry? All right. Good lad.
You come to have a look at our microphone.
Yeah, he likes the microphone.
Yeah, I like the microphone. So anyway, we're going to have wander on. Thank you, Andrew.
No problem, anytime.
It's always good to see you.
Yes, you never get any dead air, do you?
No, no. It's always good.
If you don't mind me asking, what are you doing then?
We're doing a live stream. You've just gone out to 250,000 people.
Hello, live people. Hello. Hello. Welcome to the wonderful world of Wiscombe Hillclimb. I must admit, it doesn't matter where you are in the world. If it's sun shining and you're at Wiscombe around motor cars, as far as I'm concerned, it could be the south of France or
lovely,
Miami. It's gorgeous. What could be better?
Want to be, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just around the cars and a bit of sunshine.
Yes.
Right. So Will Hall keeps running away from me, but I believe that might be Darren Gumley next to him. Now,
I think you should pounce.
I could pounce, couldn't we? Should we see if we can pounce? Let's go and have a pounce. They've seen me already, so they're already running away.
Stay away from Daz. This is the famous 1600 driver.
Come on, Darren.
Come on, Darren.
Come on, Darren. So,
I'm no good at this.
Darren Gumley. Now, this is a live stream, all right? There's nobody watching it, so you haven't got to worry. You're just talking to me. Yeah, you wish, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, bike engine car still?
Yeah. 1600.
Yeah.
Going all right.
Good run up this morning?
Yeah. Went slow on my second one, but I was quickest after the first one.
Yeah.
And I've dropped down a bit now, but
doesn't
matter in practice.
That sort of like sets the pace, doesn't it? Because everybody else thinks, oh, he's a little bit off the pace, we haven't got to try so hard.
Yeah, the two local boys have gone quicker.
Really?
So, got to catch them.
You got to catch them, you got to pass them.
And some of the quick boys aren't here, so could be anyone. Right. Could be anyone out of us.
Yeah. Let's just go back a bit now. Early hill climbing days. Where did it start?
My father-in-law took me up Shelsley.
Yeah.
For a day out, and that was it.
You started as a spectator?
And I had like a Caterham car, so I started doing that. And 12 months later, I had a Formula Ford, done the British Sprint, some circuits, hills, and then bought the Red Force, what Ed Ollier is dominating. Yeah, that's my old car, and he's dominating the 1100 class today.
Ed is very quick here. Ed will, on a club meeting,
I've got the 1100 record in the British, and he will probably have it today if it stays dry.
You think he's going to take that away from you?
He's done it in the club event.
Yeah.
But not in the national.
No. It'll be interesting to see.
So he's not far off it already.
Yeah, he's, like I say, because he only lives down the road at Ottery St Mary, so he's only sort of 5 miles away. He's a local. So he knows the hill. He comes here, competes regularly.
I
didn't actually realise that was your car.
Yeah.
It's
different engine.
Still going, isn't it?
Different engine. It's when I sold it. It's been sold twice.
Yeah.
And it's ended up with him, and
he's doing all right with it.
He's going quick.
He's going quick. Anyway, enjoy the rest of the day. It's been great, you know. I should be on Saw Bench this afternoon. Do you want me to keep you
Hopefully I won't need to stop there this time.
You need to stop there this time?
Hopefully I'll get round
I'm
that bend.
pleased to hear that. Right. Okay. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Cheers.
So that's Darren Gumley. So we'll run the lead. So we'll wander on down.
1, 2, 3.
Right. So we got a man doing press ups over here. Obviously doing his exercises, ready for the afternoon, getting ready. Afternoon. Hello. So let's come and have a chat.
Yeah, go and have a chat with Gary, yeah.
Oh, me?
Yeah, this is the way it's done, you see.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Then.
yeah. So
oh, you skipped that well.
There you are.
Oh, brilliant.
I'll even let you hold that.
Oh, that's very good of you,
Yeah,
thank you.
hold it like that. You'll be
Okay,
all right.
that's fine, thank you.
So tell us a bit about your day here today, Gary.
So it's been really nice, thank you. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Yeah, two runs, been happy with them. It's been really good. 9 years since I've been here, so it's a bit of a...
It's quite a while, isn't it?
Yeah, it's quite a while, yeah. So it was a bit more tricky than I remembered.
Yeah.
But really good fun. Yeah,
What were
excellent
you
fun.
hearing last time? You were here?
I shared with Mike Fitzsimmons back in 2015 in a 600 Hornet.
Yeah.
So that was a great weekend, and so that's what I did. Yeah.
Yeah. And today, what were you in today?
I'm in an OMS, a 2000M,
yeah.
an old one. Which is an older model, but it's good. It goes well. I like it. I've had it for a long time, so it's really good. Yeah.
Yeah. So you need to find. Steve Owen, who's the designer of OMS, is here somewhere. I've lost him at the moment.
Yeah, he
will be back on my radar in a minute.
Yeah, you must get him. You must get him.
Yeah, because he's a very interesting guy. Lots of
he is
history.
absolutely. Yeah.
And again, it's one of those small volume businesses that.
That's
built,
right.
And he builds a really good.
It's incredible when you consider that he builds virtually all of it as well.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at the car and you think, well, you know, he makes the wheels, he makes the exhausts, he makes all the bodywork, he makes the tub, you know, steering rack, all the bits, lots of bits that you would think you would buy.
Yeah.
He makes.
Steve makes.
Absolutely, yeah. So that's really good. Yeah, he's very good
We'll
at
go
that.
looking for him in a minute. And see
Yeah,
if
you'll
we can
find him. You'll find him. If you can't find him, you'll just listen for his laugh, and then you'll home in on his laugh, and then you'll get him.
I'll tell him you said that. Yeah. But anyway,
that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you.
Right. Let's go and have a wander down and see who else there is that I know will have a chat with us. So the race car paddock, quite a lot of the cars still under cover. The rain seems to have passed over, so hopefully that's a good sign. There's usually drivers around down here, just having a look. So we'll with Mike Lee over here. Mike, and again another local guy, and in his car, which is over the other side. He's not actually in the race car paddock these days. So just have a look. So I think the rest of the cars, the drivers seem to have gone off and had their lunch. So I think we'll call that a wrap for the moment. We'll have a wander around a bit later on and see if we can find some more people to chat to for you. But until then, please keep watching the live stream. There's lots to be seen. There will be some clips from interviews earlier in the day, and thank you all for joining us.
Can we give notice to those in the paddock, please, that in 5 minutes we'll be looking to do a tribute to Richard Brown. So if those wish to be part of that, please keep your positions in the paddock area, and if any drivers would like to start their engines on the queue later during that tribute, then please be ready to do so. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is fitting that we take some time to remember a hill climber who enjoyed a close association with Wiscombe Park. Richard Waldron Brown was born in April 1944 and passed last month at the age of 80. Richard was a successful farmer in West Berkshire, but his connection to us all here today was of course his enthusiasm for speed hill climbing. As a driver, he was involved with numerous cars, including Mallock Clubman chassis and single-seaters. Prominent among the latter category was the Cosworth DFR-powered Pilbeam MP58, in which he scored his best British Hillclimb Championship result in 1992, with a 6th place finish. 4 years later, he qualified for the runoffs here at Wiscombe Park. His best time, on what many of us believe is a special course, was 36.67 seconds. But Richard in hill climbing was not all about driving. As early in the 1970s, he joined the Wiscombe owner, Richard Chichester, Major Charles Lampton and Dr. Roger Willoughby as a director of Wiscombe Limited, and remained part of that management team until 1999. Richard's passion for hill climbing was not merely a personal matter, as his late wife Elizabeth occasionally competed in a Ferrari. Sons Tom and George have experienced racing uphill against the clock, as have daughters Catherine and of course Olivia, who is competing here today with Liam, Alice and Archie, to whom we offer our sincere condolences. So, ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation of the man that was Richard Brown with 30 seconds of applause, hand clapping, and if you wish to start and rev your engines, then please do. Thank you all very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the action here at Wiscombe Park. We have the next bunch of cars at Paddock exit, ready and waiting to go. We'll kick off with the national event first of all. So it'll be Class A1 road going series production cars up to 2 litres, 2000 cc, and we'll work through all the classes in that national class. And when we get to the faster cars, predominantly the single-seaters, maybe some four-wheel drives, maybe some sports racers, depends on how things pan out, what the conditions are, then they will be using that as the qualifying for the British Hillclimb Championship Top 12 runoff, and also the Tin Top Challenge as well. So we have 2 shootouts later in the afternoon. And of course, in addition to that, we have the Interclub classes, which is those in the programme designated T1, T2, etc. And that's for the more local people. They've already had their first timed run. That's what we were witnessing just before the lunch break. So they will come out again, and then it'll be the fastest of those 2 times that the individual drivers will count for awards purposes. So that's what's in store this afternoon with the climax of those 2 runoffs, the Tim Top Challenge and the British Hillclimb Championship Top 12 runoffs.
And I must say, those clouds have disappeared.
Have they?
Yes.
Oh, right.
Yes, it's quite exciting now.
Yes. Are you on a substance or something? I can see lots of grey, but they're not so grey, are they?
They're not so grey, and there's no moisture in the atmosphere.
Normally, you see, I could say you've been on too much cake, but not today.
No cake, no cake today.
Cake-free zone.
It's a cake-free zone, yeah. But I'm just going to have a wander up through the racing car paddock while we're getting ready to start. And it's nice to see the smaller cars and the Corsa coming out first.
Yes, Alice and Archie ready with the Corsa. And of course, you know, we've just paid tribute to Richard Brown, who was their grandfather, so it's a generational thing coming down the line. So.
Lovely that the family have stayed within the sport, isn't it, right the way down through the generations?
It's good. And I guess Archie and Alice have aspirations as well. You know, do they look to go into single-seaters behind their parents and whatever? Well, you know.
You would, wouldn't you, if it was you?
Well, yes, I would. If I was driving a hill climb car at that age, I would have done.
Yeah.
It was a few more years past that age that I ever got to get to the track.
Right, I'm just at the top. I'm just going to see if I can get a quick chat. I won't be very long because I think we're getting fairly imminent to starting, aren't we?
Have you got somebody in mind? Have you got a target?
I got 2 gentlemen.
Gentlemen?
Yes. Once you go into a race box, you can't get out. There's only one door, isn't there?
There's one door in, one door out. Well, yeah. So you're trying to corral them into a race box.
I got them corralled into a race box, all right. Am I allowed in? I'm coming in. Oh, a cup of tea, Wallace. That'd be lovely if you've got one going. So I've just come up into the Tillicoultry Quarries lorry, and they're just making me a nice cup of tea, Jeff.
They're very hospitable, the Scottish.
They're fantastic. I love the Scottish. Well, I live with one, so I have to say that. Oh, tea, please, Wallace. That'd be wonderful. No sugar. Just please. So
have they got the brew going? Is it?
He's got brew going for me. Oh, God. It's like they knew I was coming. So I'm going to just stay here and have a brew and a quick chat with them, and then when we get to the end of this batch, if you let me know, we'll have a little chat with Wallace.
Indeed, yeah.
Okay, right, I'm off to drink my tea now.
You enjoy your tea, and I hope you drink it with a crooked little finger. And
yes.
Shortbread. Has he got any shortbread?
No, he might have shortbread, but I know what he hasn't got. He hasn't got any strawberry tarts, and he always promises they take them off of him at customs as he comes over the border, you realise. Yes. Right,
so we'll get to this first batch underway, and by which time you'll have drunk your cup of tea,
hopefully.
And then we'll come back to you and Wallace and have a chat.
Fantastic.
Thank you, David.
Talk to you in a while.
Righty. That's our roaming man in the paddock, Dave Pearce, and we'll look forward to his few words with the reigning British Hillclimb Championship champion Wallace Mingies, who was out on the hill in those practice runs this morning. And let's just look at those times. The first time, I guess, they really started to get their eye in after an initial run, which was just fact-finding, remembering which way the bends go, etc. But Alex Summers, leading the British Hillclimb Championship at the moment with his DJ Firestorm, posted a time of 34.02. So, that's the pace that we had this morning. But then you have 2 drivers on 34.18, Matthew Ryder and Wallace Mingies, so that's just 1600ths of a second shy. We had Sean Gould on 34.73, Dave Uren in the low 35s as well. So that was not a qualifying run, as which we're about to witness coming forward. So no pressure at that time, but you can start to see how competitive this whole situation is, and we look forward to seeing more of that during this first run for the national competitors, which will be, for a number of them, the qualifying run for the top 12 runoff. So we have the course vehicle coming back down the hill now. Hopefully they've carried out their inspection with the Motorsport UK steward, so everybody will be happy that all the safety equipment is in place. We have sufficient number of marshals. Again, they haven't all gone walkabout during the lunch break. So we'll kick off with road going series production cars, and 14A is Archie Cooper with that Vauxhall Corsa 1200. As you were saying, Archie following his parents' footsteps, or Will Track's, and that of his grandfather as well. Marshals point to the light system, which shows red at the moment. When those lights turn green, then Archie can make his start in his own time. So this is the first official time for the competitors in the National Championship side of this weekend's motorsport. So the timekeeper's just priming the system, making sure that everything is ready to go. Green light on, and Archie is away. Front tyres scrabbling away for grip as he heads towards Wisk corner. Goes a little bit deep on the exit, but a launch in 3.44 seconds for the young driver from Exeter up over Bunny's Leap. And now he's got to contend with the right-hander through the gate, successful at that, into the S's, and let's see what his time is as he emerges from the S's. 27.63 as he comes up through the sweeping right-hander that leads into the left, that precedes Saw Bench, and we can see Saw Bench now, so we can monitor his progress around there. Nice, neat line, avoiding the steep camber on the inside of the bend, along Castle Straight, which is the fastest section of the hill here, before he gets his eye in and commences his braking for the left-hand hairpin at Martini. And smoothly through there to clock a time of 56.36 for 14A Archie Cooper. Now have John McQuillan out of the S's in his Mini Cooper S. In fact, he's out of Saw Bench and along Castle Straight. That was a 27.88 at the S's, as away off the start line in 2.65 seconds goes Mark Lawrence with his Porsche Cayman GTS. This is taking us into Class A2, road going series production cars over 2,000 cc's. Porsche man now braking for the right-hander at the gate into the S's, as around Martini goes the Lotus Exige with Zoe Shearman at the wheel. That's car 18A in a time of 50.07. John McQuillan's time with the 1293 Cooper S car 15A was 57.33. So Zoe Shearman goes to the head of the order at this early stage, but of course got those three cars that are double driven, so they have to be returned to the paddock in due course, and we'll put the other drivers in. And that's an operation which we're dealing with at the moment. So it's the Exige of Zoe Shearman leading Archie Cooper and John McQuillan at the moment in Class A1. Jonathan Langmead was very much to the fore of that class in practice, or in the first, in practice, yes, earlier this morning, 43.40. And we've got James Hudson also with the Volkswagen Golf out, and he posted a 44.81. So some rapid motoring to come from the remainder of the class in Class A1. So if we look away from this national class, which we're viewing at the moment, whilst we're thinking of fast times. And we'll just look at those who are fastest in the Interclub bracket of the event, and that's Paul Reynolds with his Caterham fastest, ahead of single-seater drivers Mike and Tom Williams. Okay, if we have a request to find some keys. We have a lost key department, so we'd ask everybody to keep an eye out, particularly in the Paddock area, because it's believed that these keys have gone missing there. And we're on one of those plastic loop key holders with the metal ring, but the plastic coloured loop might be blue, might be red, with 2 or 3 keys on the end of it. Won't go into details, but it's quite important because it's an important vehicle that they belong to. So we will keep our eyes open for that, and if you find them, then please take them either to the Strode Communications vehicle at the bottom of the paddock or the commentary position in front of Wiscombe House. So that's lost some keys with a plastic fob. As cars come back down from the top paddock, where a number of them have been hopefully taking a relaxed lunch. Many of the competitors are there, tow cars, motorhomes, etc. in the top paddock or adjacent to the top paddock. Porsche Andy Norris is 3.3 Carrera making its way back up the hill into paddock, and we've got the course vehicle back down towards Wiscorner. So once we've got it parked up in its standby position, we'll be cracking on, and I think we're going to return to the remainder runners of Class A2. That's the old Road Going Series production division. Just a swapping over of drivers. Archie and Alice Cooper doing their swap over. Archie probably handing across some details about how he found the grip levels, etc. on his last run. We should be expecting the 1200 Corsa to be the next car down to the start line. And Mike West with the 1293 Cooper, as we've seen John McQuillan up the hill in, so he'll be keen to see if he can beat his co-driver's time of 57.33. And Michael Thompson takes over the wheel of the Lotus Exige, running as car number 18. Many of the drivers are very keen to get a good time in on this single run in the National Championship classes, whether they're qualifying for the top 12 runoff or they may be looking to score points in the class-based British Hillclimb Cup. Not to mention, of course, the Tin Top Challenge, as everybody will be giving it their most for differing reasons. And Alice Cooper comes down to the start line. We've got the letter A stroked out, so we know this is Alice and not Archie, and she's approaching the start line, ready for her first time to run of the day. First official run of the day. So the marshals help her line the car up, and it's got to be precision so that that strut on the front of the car breaks the timing beam, so we get an accurate time to the nearest 100th of a second. Alice now focuses on the traffic light system, which is controlled by the timekeepers, but not quite like the traffic lights we find on the road. No amber, just red and green. So red shows at the moment, and then we'll go to green, and at that time Alice can make her start. We thank everybody for finding the keys. I've got a very happy gentleman who's now reunited with the keys to his vehicle. So good news, thank you for all who helped in that. And we've still got a little bit of precision adjustment on the start line with the Corsa of Alice Cooper. Marshal's just holding the car steady. The green light is on. Alice makes her start. Not too much wheel spin, away in 3.47 seconds. Wide in, wide out of the left-hander at Wiss Corner. Now carrying as much speed as she can up the incline to Bunny's Leap. Flattens out, and then she's looking at braking for the right-hander at the gate. So to go in a little bit wide, not too close to the bank on the entrance, and then into the S's, where her course is a 28.16, as Mike West is off the line with the Mini Cooper, car number 15, in 3.31 seconds. So a little bit faster off the line than Alice, and she's now making her way up Castle Straight. She's into the braking zone for the left-hand hairpin at Martini. Lifts the rear inside rear wheel over the finish line. 14 is a 57.82, 57.82, so a little shy of the 56.36 of her brother Archie. Now on the line, Jonathan Langmead with his Lotus Elise. This is a 135R model, which Jonathan has been campaigning in recent years, predominantly in the British Hillclimb Championship. John comes from Kenton, here in Devon. He's a golf professional. In fact, he was a former English golf champion, but now concentrates his attentions on this 200 brake horsepower K-Series engine Lotus Elise. And another Lotus away off the line in 2.52 seconds, and that's the Exige, the 1800cc Exige, in the hands of Michael Thompson. Mike West time at the top of the hill, car number 15, is a 58.32, and James Hudson, a rapid local driver with the red Golf, car number 16, clocks a 45.78. Now can Langmead gain a response on that car? Number 17 is at the top, and he does. He goes into the lead on 43.65 as the action moves on to road-going series production. Rodney Isles a non-starter there with the Alfa Romeo, so we're just looking at the Porsche Cayman of Mark Lawrence and Robbie Birrell. But off up the hill across the parkland, we now have Tim Higgins from the road-going specialist production car class with his 2-litre Westfield SEI. Time for car number 18 back in class A1, that's Michael Thompson. It's a 45.66. So very much it's Jonathan Langmead leading the way in that class ahead of James Hudson. No, in fact, Michael Thompson gets into second place, just ahead of James Hudson. So waiting for the green light, and way off the line is Richard Price with his 1600cc Caterham 7 in the road-going specialist production car class, in which Tim Higgins has just completed his climb. That's car number 26, the Westfield, in a time of 49.08 for car number 26. John Pick with the AMS Mertea, the 2-litre turbocharged machine, current 27th in the top paddock on 44.57 to go into the lead of Class B, as we see Mark Maynard now over Bunny's Leap with the 1020cc Hillman Imp. And Andrew Russell forms up on the start line. Andrew from Alresford, where he's an engineer. His 1971 Ginetta G15. Of course, he's up against two Hillman Imps, but the Ginetta is powered by a Hartwell Imp engine, producing in the order of about 110 brake horsepower. Back into Class B then with the Caterham. Richard Price completes his climb, that's car 28, in 42.39. Sorry, yes, 42.39 to go into the lead. Ahead of John Pick with the AMS Matea. And now the final car in Class C1 modified series production cars up to 1400 cc's is Eric Morey with his 1 litre turbocharged Hillman Imp. Eric way off the line in 2.54 seconds. As we move to modified series production cars over 2 litres, Class C3, and Jonathan Williamson blasts away off the line with this now 3.45 cc, or 3.45 litre rather, not cc, Porsche Carrera. Many class wins throughout the southwest for this Taunton driver. Started with the car back in 1972 when it was a 911S specification, and subsequently been upgraded to Carrera spec by Crispin Manners at Oak Tree Garage in Newton Oxford, which is not many miles from us here at Wiscombe Park. And now another man who's been devoted to the Porsche mark for many years, and that's Paul Howells with his 3.8 litre RSR. Time of 43.64 from his practice run. Paul through the S's now in 20.83. Jonathan Williamson's time, car number 39, is a 43.62. As Andrew Norris rounds Wiss Corner with his 3.3 supercharged Carrera. Time for Paul Howells, car number 40 is 42.34, so he nips in front of fellow Porsche driver Jonathan Williamson. And now Stephen Darley forms up on the line with the mighty Subaru Legacy. This car currently leading the Tin Top Challenge class in the hands of Damien Bradley. Damien had a previous commitment today, so not here at Wiscombe Park, so Stephen driving solo and hoping to make up some positions in the championship. 2.35 litres, turbocharged, very well sorted and rapid machine. Jim Herbert non-starter, and time for Andrew Norris at the top of the hill, car number 42. It's a 45.61, so he slots into 3rd place. Howells leads Williamson, leads Norris. Now can Darley do something about that? Once he gets the green light, of course. And then we're heading up to very interesting class, a new class for us here at Wiscombe Park, and that's Sports Libra Saloons. We'll talk more about that a little later, as 2.51 seconds is the launch time for Darley with the Legacy. So his target in Class C3 at the moment is Paul Howell's time of 42.34. Now don't forget, these drivers not only looking at doing well in their class, but they want to be in that Tin Top Challenge runoff. So they can't leave anything on the table. Darley now, car number 43 out of the S's in 19.87. and completes his time in 41.47. As the first of the runners in the Sports Libre class is underway, and this 2-litre Skoda Fabia R5, this time in the hands of Scott Moran, runner up in the British Hillclimb Championship last year, and a multiple winner, I think 6-time winner of the series across the years. Standing down from single-seaters for the year and taking some shared drives with his father Roger in this car. That started life as Skoda Works ice racer and then became a rally car. So Scott Moran, car number 2 out of the S's in 19.22, powering along Castle Straight on the brakes very neatly through Martini and over the line sub 40 seconds with a 39.89. 39.89 for Moran. Will that get him into the tin top runoff? I would expect that it will. Only time will confirm that. We were looking at times for Stephen Darley, 41.47. Let's just pick up the time for Stephen Moore, the final runner in Class C3, Class 44, and that was a 40.91, 40.91 for car 44. So we're now looking at some double-driven cars from the single-seater classes. Ben Harmer on the hill with his 750cc turbocharged OMS 28, and Ben's in the top paddock on a time of 39.74, so that was faster than he was posted in practice. Followed up by Jonathan Flesher, this time the OMS, another OMS, but this time powered by an 1100cc engine, and 74A out of the S's in 18.54, now rounding the hairpin at Wiscombe, and Flesher from Harrogate completes his climb in 37.89. As we move down to the Formula Ford classes and pick up car 78A, that of Lindsay Summers, who's the mother of Alex Summers, who we'll be seeing battling for points in the runoff later on, or we would expect to, all things being equal. The man actually leads the British Hillclimb Championship at the moment. A total of 137 points, with Will Hall in second place on 106, Matthew Ryder third on 103. That's all up for grabs here this afternoon, and again tomorrow, of course. So the time for 78A, Lindsay Summers from Class J1 was 48.90. So with that, let's inquire, how's tea going, David?
Very nice cup of tea, Jeff. Lovely cup of tea. Expertly made, nicely served. Very, very enjoyable. So I'm at the top of the paddock, right at the very top, with the car number 1 and Mr. Wallace Mingies. Wallace, always good to see you here. Let's get down so you don't fall. The car, you had to do a little bit of work to get it back up together, but all back looking good now?
Yeah, all back together. Different gearbox, the spare engine, 4 corners, 2 ends, new floor. Yeah, it's pretty much there now.
It's a lot of work, isn't it, when it goes wrong?
It is for Tommy, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, good old Tommy. I mean, no wonder he's gone bored, isn't it, really?
I think that's Kerry, not me.
Yeah, he says it was. So he's looking at it suspiciously now, isn't he? Yeah, Tom New down there doing the work on the car for Wallace. So this year, obviously, a little bit quieter this year, but you say you're a bit back more into the groove now?
Yeah, I think we had a good Channel Islands that's coming back together. With Sean Gould's finally started to share the same parts he's got in his car, because he's really tight with the development parts and the big rear wing. He's not listening either.
He's leaning on your rear wing and pretending he's not hearing you, isn't he?
Yeah, but I think we know he is. So no, we've got a new rear wing on this weekend, which is a wider one that Will's also running and trying. So that's the same as Sean and Matt's car. So it's a bit of a change this weekend. So playing about with Aero a little bit, but learning, but it's feeling pretty good at the minute.
So just by going to a slightly bigger rear wing, how much do you have to adapt your driving style?
Just hang on the same, really.
hang on and hope, is it?
Yeah, hopefully just hang on a little bit faster, that's all.
So that's good. Again, the car always looks immaculate when you come down here. So how many events are you in the championship do you actually do? You do all of them, don't you, generally?
Yeah, if you're kind of going towards getting as low a number as you can, you've got to do all the events for drop scores and kind of obvious reasons, and this year's been especially wet and changeable, but it's been really good fun. But yeah, you have to do them all.
I think there's been a couple of events actually cancelled this year, hasn't there, part way through?
Yeah, Craig Antler got cancelled, and so did Gurston for all the right reasons, really.
Yeah, I mean you have to be respectful for the weather, because the weather doesn't respect people, does it?
No, and there's only so much clubs and organising committees can do to contend with the weather that we've had this year, and they've all done a great job, so that's all just part of the sport.
Yeah, but it's always a bit of a shame when you sort of commit yourself to a weekend away, and then unfortunately the weather puts an end to it. But you remember the nice ones, don't you?
Hey, yeah, you remember them all. They're all good fun. It's a privilege to be here, and yeah, if you're not enjoying it, whether it's wet or dry, it's going to be fairly rubbish competing in motorsport in the UK.
Yeah, this is about what you expect in the UK, isn't it, really? Just obviously, anybody who doesn't know Wallace, he very kindly sponsors the Tillicoultry Quarries Wiscombe Hillclimb Championship, and a big thank you for doing that for us.
No, it's our pleasure to support and all the guys. You know, it's very much a club here with your wimps and your newsletters and the amount of effort that goes into keeping the hill going, and every year we come back and you've done even more work. No, it's fantastic to be associated with the club.
Oh, thank you for that. We've been busily putting in trenches up across the grass and putting in infrastructure for cabling and stuff like that this last few months, and it's an ongoing thing looking after a venue.
Yeah, and it'll not be, it's not with that awful lot of hard graft, because constantly all those trees you've got to go through are doing their best to break up your track and make it really difficult for you, I would think.
Yeah, they do, unfortunately. We do have a bit of a problem with them. But anyway, thank you very much for coming down. Thank you again for supporting the championship. Thank you for the cup of tea. Only one thing missing?
Strawberry tarts, but you're getting needy now. You'll just need to wait and get them when they come. They get taken off at customs.
I tell you what, if I come up to Doon, I'll be expecting you to find one.
Be delighted to buy a strawberry tart at Doon, Dave.
Thanks very much, Wallace. Thanks for the time. Great to see you. Thanks for the weekend coming down. So... are we getting close to restarting, Jeff?
We're almost there, I think. So is there a bit of frenzy up there at the top of the paddock? Are they beginning to ready themselves, the cars?
They're readying themselves, but they're all very calm and, very serene. Talking about calm and serene.
All in a day's hill climbing for them.
It is all in a day's hill climbing. Talking about calm and serene, I got Mr. Keith Soom here with me. So anybody who doesn't know Keith, as I said earlier, he's got a large history in journalism and everything. And now, how many years have you been in hill climbing now?
It's my 4th year now. It seems like a lifetime already.
I wonder how many people you've met through hill climbing.
I met you.
Yeah, I know, but forget that one.
No, it's been amazing. It very much reminds me of the atmosphere at drag race meetings, where you've got full access to the pits, so the public can come and have a good wander around and chat with everybody. And already I've made lots of really great friends. They're really nice people.
Yeah, they are a good bunch within the hill climb community, and I think the fact that you're driving something different is quite nice as well.
Yeah, I would love to try something like a single seater at some time, but I think that at my advanced years now, it's a bit too late to start on anything like that. But I do enjoy driving something that's a bit different. As far as I'm aware, there's only one other 914 being hill climbed or sprinted at the moment, and that's up in the Midlands. So it's nice to be different.
It is nice to be different. You're right, and you brought some lovely Cornish weather with you earlier, didn't you?
Yes, I'm sorry about the couple of spots of rain, but the rest of it, fantastic. And I think tomorrow, when I'll be at home watching you on the live stream, it looks like it'll be wall-to-wall sunshine all day. So you better get out your sun cream, Dave.
I will definitely do that. Thank you, Keith. I'll try and remember to mention you tomorrow if we do a live stream. I'm not sure what I'll say about you, but we'll mention you. So I can hear some tyres being warmed down there, and the car off the line, I take it.
We're away, actually. Peter Eade off the line in 2.51 seconds with his Dunnell engine Westfield SEI. And Peter comes from Cornish way, on the border, I think, of Devon and Cornwall. Works part-time now that he's retired as a local ferry boat operator. But been climbing on and off for numerous seasons. Originally with this car, then some Pilbeam DJ Firecat. Interesting quote he gave us a little while ago. He said, "The older I get, the quicker I was." You could have that on the legend on the back of the car, wasn't it? The older I get, the quicker I was. But Peter won't be considering that at the moment, as he's put the Westfield up to the top of the hill in 42.05, so that's faster than he achieved in practice. So going in the right direction as we see the Maguire Mini Cooper S in the hands of Derek Kessel in the Sports Libra car. So Derek, with this space frame with a mini body over it and a 1360 Cooper S engine, is up against the Skoda Fabia R5. So we've seen Scott Moran with the 2-litre version. Now on the start line we have Einan Price, ex-rally driver and accomplished hill climber as well, with a 1600 version. And then Scott's father, Roger, should be lurking around. He's just coming out of the paddock now with their car. So Kessel, car number 50, over the finish line in 43.52. 43.52 for the man from Salt Ash. That compares with Moran's time of 39.89 in the Skoda Fabia R5 rally car. And these are part of the Rally World and the World Rally Championship, so they come after the World Rally cars. And people graduate, or the youngsters graduate through those, or those with a big enough bank balance do at least. So Roger Moran now, a man who's rallied, hill climbed at a very high level, and he's away with the Skoda 2.22 seconds. Einan Price's car at the top in 40.94, 40.94, car 51. So just over a second shy of the 2-litre version of Scott Moran. So Roger Moran out of the S's in 19.72 seconds as Jan Yo takes us into Sports Libra classes with this Legend 34. This is a scaled down version of the Ford car, which was brought about in the States back in 1992 at the Charlotte Speedway, North Carolina. And at the moment you see these cars racing in the support races of the British Touring Car Championship at sometimes anyway. Not all rounds. And car powered by Yamaha FJ1250, 1300, well, 1250, 1260cc engine, I think. And there's the Malak way off the line in the hands of Robin Nicholson. 2.47 seconds off the line. Roger Moran's time not quite getting under 40 seconds with the Skoda car 52. It's a 40.87, so that's just 700ths of a second faster than Einan Price. So Scott Moran leads father Roger, Einan and Derek Kessel, as Mike Lee powers the Force LM03 across the parkland over Bunny's Leap. 1300 supercharged motor. Time for car 55 Jan Yo from Exeter was a 42.89, so that becomes the benchmark. 56 Dave Bickley with his 1340cc Radicals stops the clocks on 44.21. Robin Nicholson with the Mavic at the top, another 44 second climb, 44.75. Slots into third place. Mike Lee, can he make an impact on that? He certainly can. Man from Saltash posting a time of 39.70 to go into the lead. Now the last man to run in the Sports Libre class up to 2 litres is Alan MacDonald. He's on the hill now, heading towards the gate with this Force SR4. Alan initially was involved in motorcycle racing. He was a Scottish champion back in 86 and 88. Competed in the Isle of Man TT on 13 occasions. Then started drag racing, etc. before moving to hill climbing. And now on the line, Simon Bainbridge with this startling machine of his. It's the SBR Chrono, which is basically, I'm told, if you look at it from the side, it has a silhouette very similar to an Audi R8. So it's got a carbon fibre chassis tub with subframes attached. The engine is from an Audi RS6, an early RS6. So it's a V8, 4.2 litre V8, twin turbos. It gives it power output of about 750 brake horsepower in a car that weighs around about 940 kilograms. But it is a big car for Wiscombe, plenty of power, and I know Simon was having a bit of trouble getting round Martini, the hairpin at the top of the hill, as way off the line. Nigel Pitt, and the Chrono is safely around Martini and over the line with a time of 43.97. Handsome improvement there. Simon getting used to Wiscombe Park. Time for car 59 back in Class F is a 39.57. So Matthew Price moved into the lead with that, and Alan MacDonald, kind of a 16th with the Force SR4, clocks a time of 40.97, put Alan MacDonald into third place behind Mike Lee and class leader Matthew Price. So now we go to Class I, and we're looking at racing cars between 600 and 1100 cc's, but I see we have red flags out and a car come to a halt just on the incline up to Bunny's Leap. The rest of the hill appears clear. So whilst the marshals sort that out, we'll just go back and pick up some of those recent times. James Moore, car number 69 with a 1 litre Empire, posted a time of 37.97, and 68 was Nigel Pitt from Bromyard with his 3000 MOMS, and his time was a 38.02. So Jonathan Flesher, and from Harrogate, leads the way in racing cars 600 to 1100 cc's, which is Class I in today's programme. So it's a fail for car number 70, that's Will Kerr with the 750cc turbocharged OMS 28. So one assumes that might well be a mechanical issue, and now Will is having to practice his reversing. Now that's a bit tricky on a number of fronts. A, because he's got no wing mirrors, and B, because a lot of, particularly the single-seater drivers, sports car drivers, etc., wear a hands device, a neck support device, and it's very difficult to move the head around. So marshals come to his assistance. We've got the course car out of the way, so we can park the car up on the apron adjacent to Wis Corner by the start line, and then get going again with the action in Class I for racing cars 600 to 1100 cc's. So now we're working our way through the first official run, the qualifying run for the British Hillclimb Championship. We can see some of the faster times. Jonathan Flesher, the fastest of those positions at the moment on 37.89, ahead of James Moore on 37.97, and Nigel Pitt low 38.02. And after that, fourth fastest man comes from the Interclub side of the entry, Paul Reynolds, the reigning Tillicoultry Quarries Wiscombe champion, with his Caterham on 38.72. So that's where we stand at the moment as we're parking a car, returning car, on the apron at Wiscorner. Marshall's just organising the cars going down to the start line. So we've moved Gary Warren back to the beginning of the tyre warming area. So the oil and gas well servicing engineer from Aberdeen has the opportunity then on his way down to the start line just to spin up the rear wheels and get a bit of heat into those rear tyres. And then we'll make our way through the class, which includes Ed Hollier, of course. Now, Ed, currently third in the Tillicoultry Quarries Wiscombe Championship, the reigning Association of Southwestern Motor Clubs Hillclimb champion, and a multiple fastest time of the day winner here at Wiscombe Park, is up amongst the national contenders. And going back to the practice runs this morning, the man from Columpton had the advantage, and it was marked advantage. He was down in the 35, so 35.95, where I think his nearest challenger was in the 37s, 37.14 from Stuart Bickley. But that was, earlier in the day. Let's see if they can improve on that, bearing in mind that these drivers are just on this one single official time run, and what they did this morning was unofficial and was practice. So Warren then, in his debut season, last year was his debut season with this Empire Evo, so he's now getting into the hang of it with its Suzuki GSXR K8 engine. Work done on the cylinder head and the camshafts. So Tim Thompson now with the OMS 28. Practiced on the 39.53 to be. Now 18.88 out of the S's. As a way off the start line in 2.45 seconds goes Stuart Bickley, the last to run in Class I. Let's look at the time for 71. Greg Warren with the Empire Evo. That's a 37.33. 72 was Tom Weaver with his 1 litre Empire Evo, and Tom's time 37.37, so just 400ths of a second shy of Warren. Ed Hollier then, the local man, again down in the 35s with an improved time over his practice run of 35.74. As across the parkland goes Sarah Bosworth with the Formula Ford Van Diemen RF85. Back to Class I, we'll pick up Tim Thompson's time. That's car number 74, a 38.46. And Stuart Bickley makes the Paddock car 76, the Force TA, in a time of 37.38. So Ed Hollier The fastest there with that 35-second climb, 35.74. Gary Warren in second place, 37.33. Tom Weaver coming through into third with his 1 litre Evo and a climb of 37.37. So in the Formula Ford boys and girls, Sarah Bosworth, car number 78, clocking a time of 43.22. Heading Lindsay Summers in car 78A, time of 48.90. We go into pick up some of the double drivers in the 1100 to 1600 racing car class. First of those is Exeter driver Liam Cooper, who's taken the 1600 Force TA to the top in 37.99. And 88A in the same class, Paul Jones clocks 40.06. In the same class, Paul Jones clocks 40.06.
I'd love to take this one, yeah, walk round in this.
In his debut season, well, last year was his debut season with this Empire Evo. On the line, Jonathan Langley, a 34, the scale tank version of the forward car.
Well, Jeff, while we got a small break now, as the car's coming back, I'm heading across towards the Porsches here, the 911s. You got Paul Howells and Jonathan Williamson stood chatting. Let's see how their day's going. Stephen Darley's running away.
Why are they laughing, Dave?
You can hear that from there. The hearty laugh, wasn't it? So, Paul, nice to see you back here again. I haven't seen you for a while, have we?
No, great to be back. Thank you. Brilliant. Yeah, and the nice to see good tarmac.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? Sort of very much changed since last time you were here, hasn't it?
Oh, big time. Yeah, and the friendliness is still here, which is important.
It is again, isn't it? It's the friendliness, and Mr. Williamson here is the. You're on your own today. No Laura.
No, she's still not recovered from her broken arm. She might be about later on this afternoon. In fact, she might be about as I'm speaking, but she's coming down sometime this afternoon and be here tomorrow.
So not actually competitively driving at the moment, no?
No, the arm just hasn't recovered yet, so might be in the next few weeks. We'll wait and see, keep fingers crossed.
Yeah, it'd be good. Because how long have you been sharing your car? Take your time.
Yeah, since Easter 1983. So it's not long, really.
40 years. I mean, I know you've had the 911 quite some time. I didn't realise you'd had it 40 years, though.
Not this one, but we were sharing.
You had the Targa before, didn't you?
Yeah, we had the Targa for 2 years. But we'll have had this one 40 years next May. May bank holiday next year will be the 40th anniversary of when we took it out first at Wellington Park. So yeah, and we're all three still here.
And you never look any older.
Thank you.
You've always looked old.
Well, there is that.
That's a bit cruel, isn't it? So Paul, tell us a little bit about your car, because this is not just a 911, is it?
Not really, no. No, it's quite light. It's got a 3.8 RSR spec engine and a later water-cooled 997 RSR sequential gearbox. So it's pretty handy, yeah.
And are you keeping Mr. Williamson there on it?
Trying, but he's the master here. I learnt from him years ago, but yeah, no, it's not easy.
It's not easy, is it? It is, as Jonathan says, he's been coming here for a number of years, and the other thing, which I would say, Jonathan does come down and help from time to time with maintenance of the venue, and a very important part of the year, that, isn't it?
Yes, well, you know, it takes constant playing with to get things right, and there's always another drain that breaks up, and there's something else to go and do. So, you know, I must admit I haven't been here since 5 clubs, which I'm sorry about, but it was just one of those stretches of time when life took over.
And you're registered for the Tin Top Challenge as well, aren't you?
Yes, because we're in the BHC Cup, then we're automatically registered for the Tin Top Challenge since we have a Tin Top. Yeah, and yeah, I don't know whether we've got through yet or not. We'll wait for Tim to come round and tell us what the news is.
Well, Jonathan,
that could be interesting.
We do have, Tim and Jackie have issued the qualifiers for the Tin Top
Drum roll.
Challenge. And, as they say, in reverse order, if I may interrupt, the final qualifier is Robbie Birrell. We've also got the SBR chrono of Simon Bainbridge, the Porsche Carrera of Jonathan Williamson.
You're in.
He's in. Yanyo with the legend. And Mr.
Hey, he's a happy man.
And Mr. Howells as well.
And Mr. Howells, you're in there as well.
Qualifying time of 42.34.
I am amongst greatness.
Indeed. Then Stephen Darley with the Subaru Legacy. Einan Price with the R5 Skoda. So we'll really see these Skodas attacking. Stephen Moore, third fastest qualifier with the Mitsubishi. Roger Moran, and the only man who got under 40 seconds on 39.89, Scott Moran.
Hey,
so
excellent.
Birrell, Bainbridge, Williamson, Yeo, Howells, Darley, Price, Moore, Moran R and Moran S all through to the Tin Top Challenge
Fantastic.
Runoff.
I'm looking forward to being up on Sawbench to see them all come through.
Yeah. Going to be a spectacle.
I think it is.
And having two runoffs at the end of the day. Wow, goodness me.
Yeah.
That's good. Right. Yeah. So back to single seaters, because that's one runoff sorted. That's the tin tops, the saloons, and the sports cars. But now it's the single seaters, predominantly the single seaters, who are going to be looking for a way into their own top 12 runoff. The fastest 10 of which will then score championship points. So from Exeter, we have Andrew Short with his OMS. This is a CF07 with a carbon fibre tub, and Andrew, being a local man, has competed here over the years, knows which way the bends go, so to speak, so we'll be looking to see if he can get anywhere close to that prestigious position of going forward into the runoffs. Gary Hill next up, another OMS. This is a 2000M model and 1600 power pack. Let's see how Andrew Short's doing. He's over the finish line, car 81 in a 37.25. So that's 1300ths of a second shy of his pace in practice earlier this morning. And I have to say, possibly there was more sunlight and warmth, so the tyres might have been working a little bit better. Mark Schlanker now with his 1600 Force TA off the line in 2.37 seconds, powering on up through the S's, and he's way up to Sawbench in 18.15. So it's the right-hander, then the left-hand kink into the right-hand hairpin. And I seem to have lost the pictures of the saw bench hairpin again, so I'll have to pick up Mark again. Yeah, he's up at Martini and around the left-hand hairpin at the top of the hill in 37.82. 37.82 for Mark Shankler with the Force TA. Gary Hill, then car number 82, posted a 39.31. 39.31. So class J2 at the moment. Andrew Short leading Mark Shankler. Liam Cooper taking that earlier run as the double driver in third place. But now that same car running as 84 in the hands of Olivia Cooper, Liam's wife, off the line in 2.42 seconds in this 1600cc Force TA. Neatly through the S's in 17.8 seconds. As she's round Martini, smoothly over the finish line. Car number 84, time comes through as 36.83, 36.83. So Olivia goes fastest in class J2. Olivia goes fastest in class J2. Jason Tunnicliffe on his way down to the start line. His crew just taking the covers off the tyres. On his way down to the start line. Debris and stones as they come down the Paddock Road to the start line. Debris and stones as they come down the Paddock Road to the start line.
Watching the kid drown. He literally said, "Can you just stop anybody going on this?" Do what you got to do. Down the side.
Jason out to line the car up. Garage owner in Wales of Somerset. In Somerset. Line the car up. Garage owner in Wales of Somerset. 20 years now. In more recent years with single seaters. This car built last year and eases it away off the line in 2.94 seconds. And replaced at the start by Andy Greenan with his Evo 3. So the Empire popular car in this division. Away off the line 2.31 seconds. So he took well over 6/10 off of Tunnicliffe, car number 85, out in the S is 18.34, and over the finish line to clock a time of 37.7 seconds. Greenan, meanwhile, with a 19.56 at the S's, as away off the line and goes Darren Gumley. Darren on a 37-second climb in practice this morning. Andy Grennan was in the 36s. That's car number 87. And let's see what he can do now this afternoon when it matters. Unfortunately, it's a 38.92 for car number 87. 38.92. So Darren Gumley on the hill. And I see lots of markers, course markers on the ground at Martini. So somebody's clattered the inside of the bend. Is there a time for car number 88? Not yet. On the line. The next car awaits. We can't see 88 on the hill at all. Marshall's brushing furiously, sweeping up in the S's. So there might have been a bit of contact with the bank underneath the big redwood on the left-hand side, and that part of the course has already claimed one car today, and that's the Van Diemen, shared by Andrew and Aaron Colburn. So all looks good up at Martini now. Can't see any activity on the hill, but the red flags are still out. But one part of the course I can't see is Saw Bench. Everything else appears to be clear, so perhaps we have an issue at Saw Bench. Right, we've now got a car driving up the hill, so car has been released by the marshals and made it to the top, so we're expecting a fail for car number 88, Darren Gumley. And Darren, I think, has... Oh no, he's fortunate, he's just been flagged. So that's good news for Darren, because he'll be given a rerun, because he has qualified for runoffs here at Wiscombe before, and he'd be sad, so to speak, to lose the opportunity of trying to qualify again. But it's going to be a very competitive effort getting into the top 12 this afternoon.
I think it's going to be quite exciting, you know.
I can tell you are getting excited already.
Yeah.
It's in your voice.
I'm on Wiz Corner, you know. I haven't been here for months. And I see Mr. John Manser, who is a marshal trainer here down in the southwest. John, marshalling, how do people get into it?
Well, I think the first thing to do is to come along and join our merry band and see if you like it. And then you can sign up with Motorsport UK as on the first step. And then, you know, you can move on up the ladder from grade 1 to 2 to 3. And you know, it's good.
It's a very accessible way to get to see motorsport, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, if you love the sport, you can you get really close to them. You get hands-on sometimes. So when you're pushing them out of the way, and you know, kind of working with working with the team here at Wiscombe or any other venue you go to, it's part of putting on motorsport.
It does take quite a lot of people to marshal the venue. I think we worked out that on the hill it's probably close to 30 people, isn't it?
That sounds about right. Yeah, you know, if you're when you start adding up the people you need in the bottom paddock, the top paddock, it's a good team.
Then add to that all your officials. We got the doctor sat there behind you, who I'm not going to talk to because he's always told me that he'd be rude if I ever talk to him. You got the doctor, we got the first aider here, and it's quite a lot of other people apart from marshals, aren't there? Lots of skills that are needed to run an event like this.
Yeah, indeed. You've got the clerks of the course and the people who organise it and the event secretary. It goes on, and it's quite a good team. Quite a fair size. So
I think the first person, I just got to turn Rob's. Can I turn your volume down a bit? So there we are, sorted him out, isn't it? Anyway. See, the first initial contact that people have when it comes to running an event is the secretary of the meeting. Very important role. And then they carry everything through pre-event, during the event and after the event, don't they?
They do indeed, yes, yeah. So that's on the event side of it, the competitors, the drivers. But as you say, there's this whole other team here at Wiscombe. We've got the the wimps, who we get stuck in and maintain the place.
Anybody who wonders what a WIMP is, it's the Wiscombe International Military Platoon. It's basically a team of people who come and maintain the venue throughout the year, don't they?
Yes, under the leadership of Captain Mannering, aka Peter, we have good fun. It's like an open air gym, and we all get, for the love of the motorsport, we come along and help with the place.
And we get given donuts, don't we?
We do indeed get given donuts, and sometimes perhaps even a lunch at Christmas time.
And a wonderful way to end the year, that is. But thank you for that. So anybody who's interested in what actually happens here and how one gets to marshal, just if you see somebody walking around in an orange suit, just go and talk to them, and they will point you in the right direction.
Thank you for that, John and Dave. Information on the background to motorsport is John Cottrell is back out on the hill with his MP82, 51.82 in his second practice run this morning. And John out of the S is now in 22.86 as coming to the line Jonathan Varley with his GWR Predator. Jonathan from Telford, the 2023 British Hillclimb Cup champion. Around Wiz corner, off the line he was in 2.38 seconds. Time 92, John Cottrell is a 48.70. Marley meanwhile is clear of the S, is in 17.34. With this 2-litre machine. It's an engine based on two Yamaha R1 engines running on a common crankshaft. Produces under 400 brake horsepower, just under. He just brushes the markers up at Martini, but they all stay in place. And car number 94, Jonathan Varley, clocks a 36.13. 36.13 in Class A1, so that's over 12 seconds faster than John Cottrell, so he's doing the business there, with the unfortunate non-starting of Andrew and Aaron Colburn. So on the line we look now into Class K2, so we're still looking at 1600 to 2-litre racing cars, but this time ones with forced induction, and 99A is Kelvin Broad. And rapidly across the parkland with this 1300cc supercharged Force TA. She shares with Alex Coles. Kelvin out of the S is in 18.10 and now approaching the hairpin at Martini. At Saul Bench. And then he powers along Castle Straight into the hairpin at Martini and around, and he clocks a 37.91, 37.91 for car 99A, so puts him up in front of early runner Paul Alexander, who clocked a 43.39 as the A driver shares with Richard in the Force PC09. So 103A, Steve Owen out on the hill at the moment, taking us into the over 2000cc racing car division. Steve running early, as you can see from the A number in the car that he shares with Harry Peck, and then we'll be having the car back down into the paddock area, and then we'll be going through all the big hitters, shall we say, in the racing car over 2-litre class as they look to qualify for the top 12 runoff. So 103A in the top paddock in 41.63. That's Steve Owens. And now the Chevron B19 in the hands of Amanda George. sharing the driving with her father Richard. Amanda from London in this B19 that was built by Chevron for Joseph Racing, the Formula 1 Lotus driver and BRM driver, who was in fact the Chevron agent in Switzerland. Ownership of the George family since 2001 and restored, but still has its original engine and gearbox all through to today. And Amanda's time for car 108A is 46.59 for Amanda George. And that is the end of the batch, so those cars have to be brought back down, and the double driven cars who are going to be involved in qualifying for the British Championships have a little bit of quick fettling, perhaps a little top up of fuel and a good check round before they come out to do battle again as we move towards the exciting part of the day. So as we do that operation, bringing the cars back from the top, we'll just have a quick run through the classes and recap on the positions. In Class A2, road going series production cars there, it's John Langmead leading the way on 43.65 with the Elise. Michael Thompson in second place, another Lotus driver, this time at the wheel of the Exige, with a time of 45.66, and in third, James Hudson with the VW Golf. Staying with road-going series production cars, but going up in engine capacity to over 2,000 cc's. Robbie Birrell doing the business there on 44.43 against Mark Lawrence, sharing the same car, who posted a time of 47.22. Class B, road going specialist production cars, and there Richard Price leads the way with his Caterham. In second, John Peck on 44.57 with the AMS Matea, and the Westfield in the hands of Tim Higgins in third place. Class C1, modified series production cars up to 1400 cc's. Impman Eric Morey done the business there on 44.54. The imp-powered Ginetta G15 of Andy Russell in second place on 47.03. Mark Maynard's imp in third on 51.65. In the modified series production cars over 2,000 cc, Stephen Moore led the way there, 40.91, and of course qualified for the Tin Top Challenge into the bargain. Steve Darley in second place on 41.47, Paul Howells third on a time of 42.34. Peter Eade on his own in Class D with a time of 42.05 with the Westfield, and into the Sports Libera class there, and Scott Moran done the business and also qualified for the Tin Top runoff in 39.89. Second is Father Roger on 40.87, and Einem Price third on 40.94.
Hello, Jeff.
Hello, David. Whereabouts are you now?
I'm at Sawbench.
You're
now.
there, right.
Yes. I think they might need to turn me down. I'm a little bit loud up here.
Never let it be said that you're allowed.
I'm never allowed anyway, really. So quite nice.
How are the track conditions up there, David?
Conditions are very good, yes.
Right.
Yeah, it's all looking nice. It's clean. The marshals have just been brushing. The spectators across. I think they may have I thought you'd turn me off altogether then for a minute.
Not me.
No, no. I wouldn't doubt it, though. I wouldn't blame them. But yeah, there's quite a nice selection of spectators up here as well. So, all using the crossing point. So we'll the course car's on its way down. It's just pausing at the moment to keep an eye on the crossing, make sure that the people are getting across safely. And once they're all across and the gates are locked, Nigel and Jenny, who are in the course car, will be on their way down. But it's quite nice up here. It's a little bit shaded, which is actually quite pleasant. Yeah, Nigel's on his way now. So,
not far away then from entering into this final stage of qualifying for the top 12 runoff.
Then we have the top 12, don't we?
Yep.
So
tin tops first, I think.
Tin tops first.
I think that's the way it's going to work, isn't it? Yeah.
Have you've got the tin top results?
Yes,
you?
we've gone through them. We've told everybody who's in.
Yeah.
So yeah, Scott Moran, of course, the fastest with the 2 litre.
He was telling me earlier that even though he's the fastest in that Skoda R5, compared to the old single seater he was normally hearing, it does seem a little bit slow, but he's having to adapt his driving style because being four-wheel drive to start with makes a big difference. So the marshals blowing their whistles, bring the flags in.
Yep, just got to wait for the course vehicle to make its way back down, and then we'll be back into action.
It's nice to see it. I got Tim Pitfield standing in front of me, who's often a competitor here, but today he's in orange as one of our marshals.
Tim's always looked good in orange, I thought.
Yeah, he does look good in orange, actually.
Yep. So Tim, of course, has been campaigning a Formula Ford this year rather than the DJ.
Has he?
Yes.
Yeah, is that right, Tim? You've been out in a Formula Ford this year? Enjoying it? Love it, he says.
Good.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah.
Patriotic green as well.
Yeah. So that's what Nigel's just pausing there at Top S's to get some people in, and that's it. They're on their way now. So very shortly they'll be with you, and we can resume.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Well, just before we get cars on the line, we'll just have a recap in Class F then, which is Sports Libra cars. Matthew Price, the fastest there on 39.57, ahead of Mike Lee in second on 39.7. Sorry, Price was 39.57, so just over a second between those two. Alan McDonald in third on 40.97. Simon Bainbridge, of course, on his own with the SBR Cronus, and another car that we'll be seeing in the Tin Top Challenge shortly, and Simon qualified that on a time of 43.97. And then we go to the small capacity racing car, 600 to 1100 cc's, and Ed Hollier is fastest there on 35.74. Now I'm just going to see, let's look up, is Ed Hollier... No, he's not registered for the championship, so he won't be, as far as I can see, not qualifying for the runoff, but he's the second fastest man on the hill so far today with that 35.74. The only man faster is Sean Gould on 34.47, but that's all going to change now as we move through to the larger... Well, we would anticipate it would all change as we move through to the larger capacity racing cars, and that'll all be drivers of which will all be vying for a place in the prestigious top 12 runoff. So 88 on the line. Darren Gumbley taking his rerun. Darren running, of course, in Class J2. The 1100 to 1600 racing car class. Was posting times in the mid-37s in practice this morning, so the lights go green and Gumbley is away in 2.31 seconds as he crests Bunny's Leap, lets the car settle on the suspension before getting on the brakes for the right-hander. Neat and tidy into the S's. And his time through there is a 17.59. Now Castle Straight and the all-important hairpin at Martini. Just lie between him and the finish. through there is going to get him into the runoffs. We will see Darren Gumbley, car number 88, time of 36.10. 36.10. At the moment it does. Early days, he's the third fastest qualifier, but a lot to happen between now and then.
I guess they're doing a bit of changing over of drivers down there, aren't they, Jeff?
I think it must be that. There's nothing happening out on the hill that I can see, and it's all clear up at your end. We've got no red flags, so everybody's just beginning to prepare themselves.
Yeah. This thing with the double-driven racing cars, obviously they have to change the seats. And talking to Alex this morning, he said they only carry 5 litres of fuel in his car. So generally, I would think that they do a change of seat and refuel and get the car ready for the next run. And it always takes a little bit of time. They have to adjust the belts and the such like. They have to make sure they're comfortable in it before they set off and down there. Nothing worse than trying to drive a car with seat belts that are digging into you.
No, I've heard it said.
So you got one coming to now, have you?
We've got, it's the Alexander machine. Ooh. Very, very smartly turned out. The Force PC09. This time we're going to have Richard at the hill. Paul's already been up in a 43.39 with his 1300cc turbo machine. Quickly gets the green light. Richard just drops the clutch, the back end drops and shudders a little bit, and he's away in 2.49 seconds. Very unofficially, I mean, he's got to be looking at beating 37.89 to get into runoffs. But that's unofficial, of course. He's out of the S's in 19.52. Takes the rate off the start time in a good time of 2.39 seconds. So he takes a tenth of a second off of Alexander. Alexander in the top paddock with a climb of 39.41 to his name. Column 97 time of 39.41. So Luffridge out of the S's in 17.09. Now around Wiscombe corner. As away off the line goes Alex Coles from Plymouth. Alex certainly would be made up if he could make it into the runoffs. Time for 98 is 36.57. Alex working the engine hard. British Hillclimb Cup champion in 2022 with the Van Diemen Formula Ford. And now around Wiscombe and across the parkland goes Paul Hames. launched in 2.36 seconds. Paul from Farnham in Surrey with his Gould GR59, powered by a 1300 twin-turbo Suzuki Hayabusa, and he's out of the S's in 16.9 seconds. Alex Cole, meanwhile, completes his climb on a 35.05, so the young Plymouth driver sending a message there. That's his intent, to be involved in the proceedings as we go forward. Another 35-second time comes from Paul Hames, car number 9, 35.25. So Hames, who finished 9th in last year's championship, as denoted by his competition number, makes his bid to be part of the top 12 runoff. Recruit then car 102 out of the S's. This is the Jaguar V6 powered OMS. And with that, out of Wiscombe comes Harry Peck with the XD Cosworth powered OMS. Over Steve Owen, already up the hill with a 41.63. Paul Crude, car 102 is a 41.15. Car 102 is a 41.15. It takes time, and it's a 36.80, 36.80 for the OMS 28, driven by Harry Peck. As we go to Jack Cottrell now, making his bid to get involved in the shootout a little bit later with this Cosworth XD IndyCar powered Dallara, which has been worked on by DJ Race Cars. Career best third place in the top 12 finished at Harewood earlier this month. Giving away a bit of power to some of his opposition today. So 17.13 out of the S's. Waiting on the start lines, Dave Uren, and he's away with the GR55 Gould, powered by a 3.5 litre Nicholson McLaren XB V8. He's off the line in 2.31 seconds. Time for Jack Cottrell is a 36.36. Uren finished 8th last year, as we can see by his number, 16.96 at the S's in this car that was taken to the championships by Martin Groves. And now Trevor Willis eases the car off the line, but very effectively, 2.23 seconds. And now on the dash across the parkland, he's really opening it up. Uren at the top in a 34.94, so we're back into the 34s. Willis 16.74 in the S's, as on the start line Will Hall prepares his GR59 Gould, powered by a 4 litre Judd engine. Willis over the line in 34.66, 34.66 for Trevor Willis, as Hall launches in 2.19 seconds, so he's taken 0.04 of a second off of Willis. Now will Hall prepare performing the S's 16.54 for the man from Stourbridge. Previously campaigned a Force with an AER turbo engine, and now the man who leads the British Hillclimb Championship and was in fact the champion back in 2015. Alex Summers, car designer from Henley in Arden. Will Hall's time then, another 34 seconds, it's a 34.77, so he's 11 hundredths shy of Willis, but ahead of Dave Uren. Summers, meanwhile, out of the S's in 16.05. He goes round Martini and over the finish line. Car number 4, 33.29. Alex Summers is on it. 33.29. And now the response comes from car number 3, which of course is driven by Matthew Ryder from Farringdon in Oxfordshire. He's taken 5 runoff wins during this season, 4 at Haywood, 1 at Gurston Down. Did a big accident at Shelsley Walsh back in June, took the impetus out of his charge, but he's out of the S's in 15.75 as he comes up on the brakes through Martini and over the line. Matthew Ryder, car number 3, 33.22, so he's a 7/100th of a second faster than Alex Summers. And now the reigning champion, teamaker extraordinaire, Wallace Mingies from Fife in Scotland. As we heard, on his way back, bringing the car back up to ultimate performance since the Cragantlet crash, 16.43 at the S's. Now the mighty 3.3 litre Cosworth XD going to do its bit along Castle Straight, the fastest part of the hill here at Wiscombe Park. On the brakes for Martini, cleanly round, keeping away from the banks, and he records a time of 33.99. 33.99. So we have 3 of the leading contenders within 7/10 of a second. Alex Summers on 33.29, Matthew Ryder 33.22, and Wallace Mingies 33.99. So they will all be looking to qualify with times of that ilk, as we now see Richard George with the Chevron B19. We've seen daughter Amanda take it to the top in 46.59 seconds. Now Richard from Marsh Green in Kent has his opportunity with this Cosworth powered machine. Only 6 engines were made of this specification, and 2 of those were for Joe Siffert. Of course, was the Chevron agent in Switzerland. Time out of the S is at 24.18. 24.18. On the brakes, neatly and tidily through Martini and over the finish line. Car 108. Martini and over the finish line. Car time 50.11. Also in that class, Bradman PT30 of Andy Tippett, car 7. A class leading time of 43.80.
That's very close, those top 3, aren't they?
Wow.
Let's see what that
could
brings.
Indeed, when they actually driving in earnest, well.
We'll go back down. Yeah. No doubt, I would imagine there'd be a few tyre changes and things like that to get them on the best possible tyres for the top 12 runoff.
Yep, I don't know whether anybody is going to be looking this weekend at putting new sets of tyres on. That can sometimes be the issue because they feel there's such an advantage. But they will weigh that up, see what they think about the track conditions and whether it'll pay back. Because obviously
it's all looking very nice up here, actually, the track. It's nice and dry, there's no damp lines or anything, and I would imagine the temperature's gone down a little bit now because obviously the sun's not getting to sort of actually approach or anything.
But the whole track and its environs looks very good. We must, I think, pay tribute to those that are doing the work and bringing it to such a condition for this, the pinnacle of the hill climb season here at Wiscombe Park in many people's eyes. And so well done to them. A lot of grass cutting and trimming and tidying, but it does make the place look pretty good and ready to receive the best in hill climbing. So in due course, I no doubt will be serviced with the official list of runners. I could go into the computer and have a look, but
I get told off a lot of the time here. Do you think I take any notice?
Well, you're a rebel, you see. That's the trouble. Yes. Some interesting qualifiers, I would have thought. Very much so. We'll wait. And I was querying whether Ed Hollier was registered. It isn't down in the programme as he is, but apparently he is a card-bearing man. So, and he's in amongst it. A local man would appear to be in amongst it. So we'll wait for the official clarification. But
Yeah, I'm very lucky because they actually send me a list while I'm standing here, so I can actually see what we got. It's always quite exciting then. So we got the tin tops now. It's Paul Crew coming down, waving to everybody.
Well, we've got the Interclub situation, and then we've got the Interclub situation, and the fastest cars and drivers coming back down now, having made their bid to qualify. Now it's back down to fettling a bit, tidying the cars up, and I was just saying, deciding whether it's where the other changed to new tyres, if new tyres are an option, because all these things have a cost element. And I think a set of soft slicks from ordinary cars, well over £1,000 now, so I'd hate to think what they are for top machines.
There's some quite big tyres on these top down there on the rears.
Quite. Yeah. And they take a fair punishment under acceleration, and particularly under acceleration, under braking as well. Under acceleration and particularly under acceleration, always part
May have a list.
Yes. Well, it's always part of a list. Yeah.
Let's have a look, see what we got.
Well, we could start off with number 94, I reckon.
I have a lot of paperwork involved.
Because we've got a double-driven car on access. So,
well,
according to my list,
we've got one, two. Well, we've got one.
Right, according to my list, we will be having
two double-driven.
First of all, 94,
12th qualifier on 36.13.
Number 88, Darren Gumley.
36.10.
Local man, Eddie Hollier, 73.
35.74 qualifying time.
Paul Haynes, number 9.
35.25.
Alex Coles, number 99.
Well done for young Alex Coles, Plymouth driver, 35.05.
Number 8, David Murray.
Well done for young Alex Coles. Is in there on 34.94.
Number 5, Will Hall.
Is in on 34.77.
Number 6, Trevor Willis.
Qualifies on 34.66.
Number 7, Sion Gould.
Another 34.47. Now we move to 33s with
number 1, Wallace Menges.
33.99.
Number 4, Alex Summers.
Championship leader qualifies on 33.29.
And leading, so he will be the last car up, but the fastest car in the qualifying is Matthew Ryder.
Man who's third in the championship at the moment, and he qualifies with the fastest time of 33.22.
So we will have, in actual fact, number 7 will probably come up first, which is Sean Gould.
Yep, we've got to deal with Sean and Alex is a double car, but his other driver isn't qualified, so yeah. That's just it. That's the only one. So we get Sean, as you say, and then the car comes back down for Matthew, and then we run through 7 cars. First of all, we've got a bit of unfinished action.
We have indeed.
Well, I think it looks by the paddock exit we're going to go for the Tin Top Challenge top 12.
I think we are.
We've got them all lined up. I think the running order is going to be, because we've got to deal with a double driven car there, of course, the Moran machine. So we'll probably get Roger, I would imagine, out first of all.
This is going to be worth watching, isn't it?
You're going to be a rally man, you're in your element.
I'll be in my element up here, yeah.
And also interesting to see how, Simon Bainbridge with a massive SBR chrono is getting used to Wiscombe, but that is a mighty big car for the tight confines of Wiscombe, but he's learning the track and he's getting better, so it'll be interesting to see how he can perform.
His first visit here, and turned in quite a very, very good display today, hasn't he?
The other interest is, of course, more frequent Wiscombe men, Jonathan Williamson and Jan Yo, the Porsche and the Legend. But we've got our first man in the Tin Top Challenge coming down to the line. Car 52 is in fact Roger Moran.
So let's see what he does up here with us.
Four-wheel drive, R5, basically rally car. This car, ex-works, started life as an ice racing machine, I think.
Yes, it was. It was ice racing originally. It's built by Skoda Motorsport.
2.34 off the start line. And as you'd expect, rapid progress across the parkland, through the gate, and into the S's on 19.36.
Yeah, he's good there. Set it in tight and bring it round, getting the power down. Little puff of smoke out of the exhaust, and away up Castle Straight. He was using all the road on the way into the saw bench as well.
And 39.92 at the top of the hill for Roger Moran. 39.92 top of the hill for Roger Moran.
Bring Roger back, I think, now, ready for the rest of the entry.
I would think that would be the thinking.
Ready for the rest of the entry.
And then we've got the next man should be Robbie Birrell with the Porsche, car number 22.
Is Roger coming back down now?
Qualifying on a time of 44.43. So Roger Moran's qualifying time was 49.87, and he's just achieved a time faster than that, 39.92. So that would suggest that track conditions are fairly good.
Yeah, I know that when I was in their race box earlier, chatting to them, they had a new set of slicks sat there all nice and clean, so I wonder if they've popped them on.
Wow.
It could well be.
Might well be the course of action.
Yeah. What's the next vehicle we got then?
We should be looking at Robbie Birrell next with the Porsche.
Yeah.
We just got to wait for Roger to get back up through the Paddock Road and out of the way, and then Robbie can come back down, and then we're going to be looking at the Chrono.
I'm looking forward to seeing that, because that is a massive footprint that car's got, isn't it?
Indeed.
Yeah.
The hairpins must be a real challenge, shall we put it.
He said he was doing the hill climbs because he used to sprint the car quite a lot, and he was doing hill climbs just for a bit of a change and for a bit of fun.
Yeah, I think it was built as a circuit.
It was, yes.
Sprint car, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That's what was really its sort of favoured environment, but it's good for him to bring it down this neck of the woods so that we can see such machinery. Robbie Birrell then with the Porsche, car number 22, second to take his run in the AET Turbos Tin Top Challenge, off the line in 2.73 seconds. Birrell from Bury with his Cayman GTS 2.5 litre turbo engine, out of the S's into 221.61.
Again, using the edge of the curb as he comes in, turn it into saw bench, and just leaving us nice and smooth straight up the middle of the track up to Martini hairpin.
Safely round there, I think, but the clock 44.51, so he slots into second place behind Roger Moran as Simon Bainbridge is on the start line with the massive twin turbo Audi engined Chrono, and away in 2.48 seconds. Feeding on the power across the across the parkland, and looking good at the gate. Quickly through to the S's in 19.59.
He's with us now, and no doubt. Oh, he kept it very much centre of the track. Didn't go up onto the edges, and around Sawbench, getting that power down. What a beast! That lovely sound of that V8 as he goes away from us here, and on the brakes into Martini.
760 brake for a twin turbo over the line in 41.16. Puts him in second place. So it's Moran, Bainbridge and Birrell at the moment. With next to run, Jonathan Williamson blasts the Carrera away off the line in 2.24 seconds. So in fact, that's the fastest launch so far.
Faster than the Skoda?
Faster than the Skoda, a tenth of a second faster than Roger Moran off the line. So Williamson really got the bit between his teeth, judged the start immaculately, through the S's in 20.80, so dropping time now.
Yeah, nice tidy lines, smooth, little bit of tyre squeal, straight up the middle of Sawbench, straight up the middle of Castle Straight, and no doubt he'll go over to the right hand side before he turns left over to Martini in the finish.
Well, Jonathan knows the hill here at Wiscombe very well, and that pays back at the time of 43.25. 43.25 for Jonathan Williamson. So that's the third fastest at the moment. Roger Moran at the top with a 39.92, but another local man and a hard trier to boot, Jan Yo with the legend.
The legend in a legend, isn't it?
A legend, oh yes, coined a phrase there.
Yeah.
The Yamaha powered machine working well off the line in 2.65 seconds. Very light, very manageable, and you'll
very
see
nimble, very
him
nimble.
drifting it.
Yeah. Oh, he's really using the edges of the road here. He's putting everything into this, and hear that tyre squeal as he's getting the power down. It felt like he missed a gear then. There's a little pop of flame out the exhaust at the same time, so I think he may have just lost a fraction of the time there.
Third fastest through the S's and closes down at the finish line in 42.23. 42.23 puts him into third place behind Messrs Moran, and Bainbridge. Now another Porsche man out on the track, car 40, Paul Howells, who you were talking to earlier in the afternoon. Paul launched in 2.27. So he's only 0.03 of a second slower than Williamson, so as you'd expect, the Porsche's quick off the line, 20.73.
Yeah, nice tidy line, not going too near the edge. Little bit of opposite lock as he goes out of Sawbench on the power, and then he's on the brakes now to go around Martini and cross the finish. And let's see what he's done.
42.38. 42.38. So he's a little shy of Jan Yo there.
I know Jan was keen to get into the top 10 tin top. It's hard to say, isn't it? Top 10 tin top runoffs today, so he'd be well pleased just to have got in there.
Yeah, after some Tarka 4, you'd even have more problems.
Oh, Tarka 4 as well.
So Roger Moran still the fastest as Stephen Darley attacks the hill with a launch of 2.37 seconds with the Subaru Legacy. Well-developed car, which leads the Tin Top Challenge at the moment in the hands of Damien Bradley. But I'm looking to see if he can make ground up today. 19.51 in the S's.
Really, as he came through the S's there, he was right over tight to the side, knocking the marker posts. but none of them came out the ground, thankfully. And who's around Martini?
So Einan Price waiting on the start line. 40.92 for Darley. Car number 43. So that's second fastest at the moment, behind Roger Moran. So he's exactly a second in arrears of the Ludlow Motorhome retailer.
Stephen was having problems with it down there earlier, so so I'm not sure it's giving him full power at the moment.
Green light for ex-rallyman Einan Price, so he has the ability of bringing his experience from both rallying and hill climbing, having campaigned single-seaters in the British Hillclimb Championship. Off the line in 2.33 seconds, so not the fastest, but a good departure.
Einan's going to be spectacular. I believe he's using the handbrake to get himself around the Soul bench, and he's in. Yeah, handbrake, lots of drift, fantastic way around there, beautiful. Hopefully people have got that on camera. He chucked it in and handbraked it, brought it back around, and was straight as a die then out Soul bench up to towards Martini.
Into Martini and out in a time of 40.06. 0.06.
He is giving away about 100 brake to Roger Moran,
so indeed, but that puts him second to Roger, so it's the Skoda's 1-2 at the moment, as Stephen Moore makes his bid with the Mitsubishi. Off the line, the same time as Price, 2.33 seconds.
I can hear it popping and going as it's coming through.
It's coming up through. The S is in 19.57.
Another one who's keeping to the middle of the track, not using the curbs, keeping the car settled by doing that, not bouncing it over the curb edges. Big puffs of black fuel smoke coming out, a lovely big flame out the side exhaust then as he backed off towards Martini.
40.57. 40.57. So we got 3 times in the 42nd bracket, trailing Roger Moran. Roger leading the way on 39.92. Then Einan Price 40.06. Stephen Moore 40.57. 40.92 for Darley. Now the man who qualified fastest, the only man to qualify with a sub 40-second time, the man who carries number 2 on the side of his car, second in the British Hillclimb Championship last year, and away, Scott Moran in 2.15 seconds. That is the fastest launch. And you can carry that momentum across the parkland into the S's. He's got the braking neat and tidy through the gate, and the S's show him at 18.87.
He's on a charge, definitely on a charge. Again, keeping it on the track, not using the edges. It looks like he's got the new tyres on as well. So Scotty really going for it here. He's obviously planning to oust his father from that number 1 place as he turns into Martini.
The only 18-second climb through the S's, and it translates to a 39.30. So he beats his father by just over 0.6 of a second. In first of this weekend's AEG Turbos Tin Top Challenge.
You're struggling with that, weren't you?
Yes, and I'm also trying to work out the positions because the computer isn't working. So 39.30 of Scott Moran is first fastest. Roger Moran in second, another 39-second climb, 39.92. Then we slot down to the 40s and we pick up 40.06 of Einan Price. So it's Skoda's 1, 2, 3 with a Mitsubishi of Stephen Moore in 4th place, and Stephen Darley with the Legacy in 5th. Then 6th, Simon Bainbridge on 41.16. And then Yanyo 42.23 in 7th. Paul Howell 42.38 in 8th. 9th, John Williamson on 43.25. And 10th, Robbie Birrell with a 44.51. That's unofficial, that's my reckoning. So
the cars are returning now. So we got the Porsche coming down first. the Cayman. So, here they come. And that big green beast following it down.
Third place by Simon
Oh,
Baybridge.
it's an amazing car.
It's a good achievement with a car that size.
It is,
here,
isn't it?
I would say.
Young Mr. Williamson.
Young Mr.
Young
Williams.
Jan Yo. Even younger Jan Yo.
Even younger, yes.
Paul Howes. Paul hasn't been here for several years, but nice to see he still can find his way around.
Yeah,
and then the man that was most spectacular coming down, Einan Price, the man who went sideways around the corner.
Well,
Excellent bit of rally
He used to
style.
do that in single seaters, though, didn't
And
he?
Scotty,
I mean,
and Scott coming down the rear with the Skoda, so on the way down. But yes, Einan used to lock the single seater up and throw it sideways around saw bench, which not a lot of people do that. So always very, very exciting to watch. So.
Well, that's our first run-off. Got another one yet with the big boys.
We have indeed. That's going to be worth watching, isn't it?
But first of all, we'll go to the Interclub, I believe, and get that run through.
Let's have a look. Yeah, we'll be the Interclub by the looks of it. And then the top 12 run-off after that. So the finale of the day being the top 12 run-off, which is obviously the most exciting part of the competition, isn't it?
Of the day, yeah, it should be.
Yeah.
And particularly when you look at those qualifying times.
Yeah.
I mean, just 7/100ths of a second between Ryder and Summers at the top.
Yes.
And then another 7/10 back to Wallace Mingies. But, you know, we've seen it before. These guys are so accomplished. They know their cars so well. They know that they've done enough to qualify. How much more is there? How much more is there to come when we get to the runoff? Because we always...
Yeah, Jenny's telling me it's the top 12 next.
We're going to
club
the top
afterwards.
12.
Yes.
Right, okay.
Yeah. So we stand corrected.
Yep.
Well, you sit, I'm standing.
Well, and we'll look forward to more excitement. But I don't know whether I can take it, you know, two runoffs running consecutively. But let's bring it on. Bring it on. Let's just remind ourselves of those that are going to be there. Jonathan Varley, Darren Gumley, Ed Hollier, of course, Paul Hames, Alex Coles, Dave Uren, Will Hall, Trevor Willis, Sean Gould, Wallace Mingies, the reigning champion, Alex Summers and Matthew Ryder. Now the local interest is Ed Hollier, who from Cullumpton, and Alex Coles from Plymouth, of course.
Yes. Alex has really sort of come alive, hasn't he? In the last couple of years, he's really, really competitive, isn't he?
He's doing well. His driver development, of course, he won the British Hillclimb Cup in 2022. And now he's moved up to some more powerful cars. Because he used to share with his father Neil.
He did, yes.
And now he's with Kelvin Broad. And I think Neil might well be looking to be his manager or something like that.
Well, I don't know if he's on a retainer. I mean, you should put father on the retainer, really, shouldn't he? There's a lot of noise going on down there, Jeffrey. What are you doing?
People are fiddling with my technology.
Really? Is it allowed in public?
Well, they're fiddling with what you were doing earlier on.
Oh dear. What you mean
I'm not saying that.
What you mean is what I fitted in your commentary caravan earlier. Then they're coming in put incorrect.
I've got cables. I've got cables everywhere.
Yeah.
Never mind.
So we're going into this top 12. And just looking at what we got there. One of the things that's come together today is anybody who's here taking photos, we have the Wiscombe Park Hillclimb photo competition. And hello? That's right, I disappeared then. If you follow the details online, you're able to... hang on.
You've disappeared again.
I think to move to... Is that... Can you hear me now? Yeah. Anyway, so yeah. So there's somebody standing in front of the receiver and blocking my signal. The the photo competition, so you go online to the Wiscombe Hillclimb website and you'll find all the details of how you can submit the photos. Now, we've been giving away a membership as a winning prize, but with the generosity of Vanity Hall and Will Hall this morning, he's agreed to sponsor the winning photos will be turned into a canvas and presented to the winners at the end of the year for the 2 categories, which is the open category and the under 18s. So I think very nice that it's come together this morning. Just a cheeky request from me to Will, and he said, of course I will. So lovely.
So well done, our 5th fastest qualifier. So now there really is some fettling going on in the paddock, getting these cars absolutely right. Because this is where it matters. Can Will Hall make up some ground? 2nd place in the championship at the moment on 106 points. Leader Alex Summers a little bit up the road on 137.
But Will be looking over his shoulder, because right behind him obviously is Matthew Ryder on 103
Just
points.
103,
There's 3 points behind him, so obviously that was a big concern for him.
But Alex on a good run and did well in the Channel Islands weekend ago at Booley Bay and Val d'Eteste, took 3 victories, and originally he wasn't even anticipating going to the Channel Islands, but things were beginning to roll for him, so he thought, it might be useful going across the water, and it surely was, with 3 victories.
Quite an intense time for the guys at the moment, isn't it? Because the 2 Channel Islands events and then us the weekend after doesn't give them a lot of time to do any major repairs. But I will say Sean Gould has really done well this week in the fact that they had a major incident which took out a lot of the rear of the car last weekend in Guernsey, and they've rebuilt the car this week to be here this weekend competing for him and Matt Ryder.
And now it is just in the tyre warming up area, fired up and just coasting forward and doing a bit of a burnout, and the front end lifts off the ground and shudders as he spins the rear wheels. So Sean getting a bit of heat into those rear Avons, and that will help him off the line and grip a way out of Wisk Corner. He's hoping the green light's on, but he has to be mindful, of course, that although they're soft compound tyres, there's no of that warming effect on the front tyres as he turns in to Wisk Corner. But number 7, Sean Gould, on the line at the moment, currently lying 7th in the championship, and he launches in 2.21 and just unleashes the Judd 4 litre across the parkland in through the gate. S is 16.34.
Yes, and he's with us now. Very tidy, very tidy. Turns it in, looking for the exit to the corner. Little bit of daylight under the front wheels, popping as he changes gear. Onto the brakes for Martini and around Martini.
And the time across the line, 33.99. 33.99 is our fastest, or our first time in the system.
Yeah, so Sean will come back down now and return to the bottom paddock. Then the car will be ready for Matthew. Which the nice thing is, because Matthew's running last, we'll give them a little bit of a breathing space to do the swap over.
To do that.
Yeah.
Interesting little...
round of applause for Sean as he comes down. As he comes past you, give him a wave, give him a clap. Yeah. He's put a lot of work into getting the car here for this week.
Give him a wave, give him a clap.
There he goes, around Sawbench on his way down now.
Here for this week.
Interesting to compare some of the launch times. Now Sean Gould there did his tyre warming, got some heat in those rear slicks, and off the line in 2.21 seconds. Scott Moran in the Tin Top Challenge with the Skoda, admittedly 4-wheel drive, 2.15 seconds.
Yes.
So the initial launch is between
traction, isn't it?
It's between the R5 rally car and the Specialist Hill Climb car, very much on a par. But by the time you get to the S's, the power has come in across the parkland, and Sean Gould was on a 16.34, and the fastest from the Tin Tops was 19.3 3.36, and that was Roger Moran. Yeah, so our first score on the board, 33.99 from Sean Gould, who with his father David, of course, are the creator of all these Gould chassis that we see in front of us today.
If you ever get a chance to talk to Sean, he'd tell you that the whole business started because his dad picked up a book while he was on a journey, the Alan Staniforth Race and Rally Car Sourcebook. And that's what set him off into producing racing cars. He done the Gould Terrapin, and they moved on from that.
And then there was the Chris Kramer, and then went through, and now we've got to a situation where Gould cars have won 22 of the last 25.
And they're doing a lot of composite work for the likes of Red Bull these days.
And engineering work as well.
Yes, they do quite a lot of other stuff, aerospace and things like that. So very interesting when you get talking to them exactly what they do. It's a bit like ProDrive. If you think of ProDrive as just being a company that produce rally cars, and then you actually go there and you see what else they actually are involved in.
So the only person who's broken that run of championship wins, of course, is Trevor Willis with the OMS, with his 3 titles. So apart from that, it's Gould all the way for the last 25 championships. But now we move to our next qualifier, and away off the line, number 94, Jonathan Varley, launched in 2.29 seconds. Neatly through the S's in 16.94.
Yeah, very, very tidy. Just clipping the edge of the curb as he comes up towards Sawbench. Turning it in, lots of daylight on the front wheel. A little bit of oversteer as he went out of the corner. Gets the power down. Now he's on to the brakes, hard on the brakes, and turning it into Martini up there. Let's see what time we get.
So 35.20. 35.20. And the next man coming down onto the hill, and that's Darren Gumley. Car number 88, getting ready on the line. See if he can get into the points, because of course he's qualified with this Force TA 1600cc car, but he's got to be in the top 10 to get championship points. So it's 2.34 seconds off the line, so little 500ths shy of Jonathan Varley. Gumbley out of the S's in 17.44.
Yes, he's lots of low. He backed off a little bit coming around the corner. I think the front of the car lifted up, and he didn't have any traction to steer it that well. But around, and then Martini
35.90, so our third fastest time so far. Sean Gould the fastest on 33.99. Jonathan Varley second on 35.20. Darren Gumbley 35.90. Now local interest swings to the next man, Ed Hollier, who knows Wiscombe here like the proverbial back of his hand. Wastes no time off the line in 2.30 seconds. So he's 900ths shy of the fastest launch. That was from Sean Gould. Well, a bit of difference in the machinery there.
Machinery there, isn't it? Yes.
Indeed there is. Yeah. And Ed now through the gate into the S's and out in 17.14.
No, Ed, he's using all the track. He's using the edges of the road. He's a bit of oversteer going out of the corner, gets the power down. Really quick gear changes, and now he's on the brakes, and Martini.
35.36, 35.36, so he slots into third place, 1600ths of a second shy of the 2-litre machine of Jonathan Varley. That's the GWR Predator. Remember Ed Hollier in the 1-litre 1000cc Force HC. Paul Hames next to run, coming down to the line. Again, another Gould. This is a GR59, of course, but we've got a slightly different engine situation here. And of course, Paul running in the smaller capacity class, waiting for the green light, and he is away in 2.29 seconds. So that equals Jonathan Varley's launch. Way off the line. Fastest launch still comes from Sean Gould on 2.21 seconds. 16.82 as he heads to you.
Yes, he's with me and he's really trying hard. Paul is. He's putting around very close to the edge of the track there on the left-hand side as he exited Sawbench. But he gets it together and up there at Martini now.
Second fastest time through the S's as he goes over the line and clocks our first 34-second climb. 34.72 slots him into provisional second place behind Sean Gould. So, yep, it's Gould 33.99. Ames 34.72, and then we go to Jonathan Varley on 35.2.
And there's a nice young man who's really, really competitive now, isn't he?
Alex
Coles, yes.
From Plymouth. Drove a racing car for the first time in 2020 at the age of 15 in a sprint at Kerbera. Won the British Hillclimb Club at the wheel of a Van Diemen RF 89 Formula Ford car. And now he's sharing with Exeter driver Kelvin Broad. So it's a local effort here. 2.26 off the line for Alex. Out of the S's in 16.36.
Yeah, very tidy. Turn it in. Really quick gear changes. Really on it he is.
Just 2/100th of a second shy of Sean Gould in the S's.
Yes.
How's that going to play it out at the end? It's a 34-second climb and it's a 34.39. 43.39. So Alex Coles goes second with the 1300 Hayabusa supercharged powered Force TA. What an effort. Well done.
Fantastic.
Now, back to the big machines. And we're looking at Dave Uren with the GR55, the ex-championship winning car. Martin Groves.
There's a name from the past.
David from Redditch, company director of a power service installations company. His first run-off here at Wiscombe back in 2016 when he finished second in the British Hillclimb Cup. Took a run-off victory at Shelsey Walsh in 2022 and finished 8th in the series last year. So Dave Uren off the line in 2.29 and 16.75 at the S's.
Very tidy here. The back end locked up on his way in, but very, very neat getting the power down going away from Sawbench here.
On his way in, but very, very neat.
The time at the finish is the 34.11. 34.11 moves Uren into second place. So Sean Gould the fastest, 33.99. Dave Uren 34.11, Alex Coles 34.39, Paul Hames, Jonathan Varley, Ed Hollier, Darren Gumley, with the next man on the line, Will Hall.
Will Hall, yes.
Another Gould, another GR59, this one with a mighty 4-litre Judd ex-Le Mans sports car racing engine, plenty of torque.
Yeah, Will for many years used to run the Nissan engined single-seater, didn't he?
It's built up by AER, yeah, 2-litre X-Tech turbocharged machine, just warming the tyres and lifting.
The sun's coming out up here as well, which is quite nice.
A little bit more track temperature, perhaps.
Yeah, sadly on the outer reaches of the track, not the bit they're going to be driving on.
In the middle.
Well, hopefully not driving.
So green light for Will Hall from Stourbridge. Currently second in the championship, 2.12. That's our best launch. So Hall judged that to perfection, and he stole some time over his fellow competitors as he's through the gate into the S's in 15, our first 15.86.
Yeah, very tidy, very neat. Will turns it in, gets the power down, a little bit of oversteer. Hear that big V8 running Oh, it's beautiful to listen to, that is, the saw bench here.
On the brakes, neat and tidy, and that reflects in a time of 33.07. Will Hall goes fastest, nipping in front of Sean Gould by basically 9/10 of a second. Now here's a man who's always gone well here at Wiscombe, Trevor Willis.
Yeah. I can remember many years ago when Trevor and Will Hall were exchanging times, and both FTD on exactly the same 100th of a second.
So the RPE engine, V8, which in effect, which utilises two 1600 Suzuki Hayabusa engines, and it's powered the OMS off the line in 2.13, 100th of a second slower than Will Hall off the line. Neat through the gate, and the S is 16.05, so he dropped a bit of time to Hall.
Trevor's very neat, always a tidy drive, nothing too wild going around saw bench. Some sparks coming off the under tray as he goes up Castle Straight.
On the brakes, and no problem through Martini for a 33.48, slots into second place. So Will Hall on 33.07. Now Trevor Willis second, 33.48. Sean Gould 33.99. Now
number one,
Wallace Mingies broke the record here last year, shaved 100th of a second from the fastest time. You won't be too concerned about not being able to do that today. Well, we assume the conditions won't allow that, but he'd like to go home with a good point score that's going to help him move up the list. 2.08.
Oh, that's fast.
What a launch from Wallace. And he hangs around the bank on the back into the gate. 16.24. So
very tidy, popping and banging, lots of noise, really tidy. It's just gorgeous to watch.
Really tidy.
And he's on the brakes into Martini.
3.3 Cosworth has hauled him along Castle Straight to a time of 33.24. 33.24 for Wallace Mingies, puts him into second place, splitting Will Hall and Trevor Willis. Now the man who's leading the championship at this moment, Alex Summers, is the next man up. Development driver for Mercury Automotive. So we've seen him at Goodwood with the electric fan car. He's taken 8 runoff victories this season so far. Gurston Down, Shulsley Walsh, Doon, and then into the Channel Islands at Booley Bay and Val de Terre. And he's going to be looking to use all the power of this 2.65 litre Cosworth XD powered V8. So the Cosworth XD was originally an IndyCar racer power plant from the United States that was in use in the late 70s, I think. Got great drivability and revs to about 14,000. So we should be hearing it hitting the limiter as they just try to fire it up. It does so. So the car designer from Henley in Arden, British Hillclimb champion in 2015, runner-up in 2020 and 21. Is he going to be able to get that crown back in 2024? A victory or two at Wiscombe Park would certainly help him in that objective. So the DJ Firestorm is away in 2.21 seconds. So a little bit shy of the fastest times we've had so far, but he may well make that up. He's 15.62.
He looks very fast up here approaching saw bench. Turns it in. A little bit of crust up. Loads of flames coming out the exhaust, getting the power down, and there he is now. He's at Martini. Let's see what time he's got, Jeff.
That hard-working ex-Indy engine delivers big time. 32.94. 1:30.4.
That is 1/100th of a second off of the track record.
In these conditions, brilliant drive.
Yes.
But we're not finished.
No.
We are not finished.
We've got a young man coming up now, haven't we?
32.94 from Alex Summers. One man left to run. That's the man who's lying third in the championship at the moment, Matthew Ryder. This is the same car that we saw in the hands of Sean Gould a little bit earlier, so it's a Gould powered by a 4-litre Judd. Matthew keen to get his championship aspirations back in line. Channel Islands weren't very kind to him, and he'll be looking to see if he can pull some ground back to Messrs Hall and Summers. So the 4-litre Judd off the line in 2.11, so he's a 300th down on Wallace Mingy's.
Still quick though.
100 up on Will Hall. 100 seconds faster than Will Hall, as he's 15.32, our fastest in the S.
He's visibly fast as well. You turn it in, getting the power down, tiniest little bit of oversteer correction there, and he's got the power down, and he's already at Martini. Let's see what he's done.
Nice and tidy, 32.94 to beat, and he smashes it, 32.16.
A new
for Matthew Ryder, and a new track record. What a performance, ladies and gentlemen. Now it's quite normal when the guys come back down the line later on, returning from the top paddock, to applaud them, and we'll remind you for that, because that is a credit-worthy performance. 32.16 and a new hill record.
I think a big cheer and lots of waving, lots of clapping, everything. Stamp your feet.
Anything that comes to
yeah, wave your hats.
Yeah.
That's hats, not cats.
So now we move away from the excitement of the British Championships. The other championship we look to now is the Tillicoultry Quarries Wiscombe Series, which a lot of the drivers in the Interclub situation are looking at. And the first car away off the line in any time soon will be the Renault Clio Cup car in the hands of Will Hames, sharing with the car's owner James Wills. Will already has a time of 51.86 from his first run. Anthony Wright leading the class at the moment with his Audi A3 Quattro on 44.34 from Julian Rinaldi in second place. So just waiting for the all clear on the start line. Julian Rinaldi lying in second place on a time of 45.97. And third, James Wills in this very car in third on 46.59. So James pedalling to good effect today.
It's quite a contrast, isn't it? We're going for the fastest to the cars that are coming up now, which are some of them are just basic improved road cars, aren't they?
Indeed.
Yeah.
But that's motorsport.
It is indeed. It's a great.
So we've got club motorsport from a local level up to the pinnacle of the British Championships on the national scene. Indeed. And Hames is off the line in 3.43 seconds with this 197 Clio Cup car. 2-litre machine, of course. Out of the S's in 24.80.
Is he with us now? Nice steady approach. Obviously somebody else's car. Very, very tidy around Sawbench as he heads up now Castle Straight. Now passing Castle 2, and he'll be on the brakes any minute now for Martini.
Another double-driven car on the hill, that of Graham Blake from Weymouth, car 145A, the Vauxhall-powered 2-litre Westfield SEI, which he shares with his son Jeff. And the time for the Clio, driven by Will Hames, car 130A, is 50.58. 50.58, so that's over 1 second faster than Will's previous time, so he's getting the feel of the car and the hill. And now another double driven machine, and then we move to the single seaters. We have Mike Williams in Class T5 at the wheel of his self-designed and built MWR Storm 1 litre machine ahead of the S's in 20.43 seconds.
Yeah. Again, as you say, self-built car, designed at home, built at home, and here competing and enjoying it.
Self-built car designed at home,
20.43 at the S's, 41.06 at the top of the hill for Mike Williams. So not on the pace that he exhibited early in the day when he posted a 40.27.
So now we've got the course car coming up to bring them all back down. So
does Nigel deserve a time, do you think?
Does Nigel deserve a time? Nah. Little bit of tyre squeal from his well-used and abused pickup.
Does trusty service here at Wiscombe Park.
It has, yes. Are you opening a packet of crisps or something down there?
No, unfortunately not. No, I'm just tearing off my printout. Because when you get to the British Championships, it doesn't work, and it just prints and prints and prints and prints. So, I'm just dealing with that.
You're doing admin?
I'm admin, yes.
Fantastic.
Indeed. Tidying up.
It's quite nice. Every time that we have a break, the marshals actually get out and inspect the track up here and have a little sweep around, little bits of debris, and keeps it in the best condition for the competitors.
And people have been doing that, of course, since 1962, because that was the first year of the British Hillclimb Championship.
I thought you were going to say it was the year the brush was invented.
No.
Right, the cars are starting to come back down now. So as the big single-seaters come back down, especially young Matt Ryder, let's give him a big cheer. And lots of applause for him. He set a new hill record. He'll get a bottle of champagne at prize giving for that. Hope they've got one. As the cars come back down, give him a round of applause.
Fortunately, I don't think we do the championship prize giving tomorrow, so they might have time to go to the Super Bowl. Well, there might well be one in the refrigerator.
Well, I do hope so. There's Wallace coming down now.
So well done, all these guys.
Yeah.
What a performance that was.
Yeah. Alex.
32.16 from Matt Ryder, 32.94 from Alex Summers.
Yeah. Here we go.
So 3/4 of a second.
There's young Eddie Hoyer. Come on ahead. Paul Haynes. Looking for that red gold.
And just missing out on championship
David
points
Uren.
there. Finishing in 11th place. Dave Uren finished 7th.
A little bit of a pause now.
Trevor Willis making his way back up the hill. He finished 5th, back into the paddock on 33.48. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 drivers in the 33s, which were occupied 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. Covered by just over 9/10 of a second.
So I'm going to get ready to come back down and join the paddock. And here he comes. Matthew Ryder, give him a big hand, a big round of applause. The man who's just set a new hill climb record here at Wiscombe Park. So I'm going to come back down, Jeff, and we'll resume down there.
We'll see you back in the main paddock in due course. So don't forget that all these drivers are going to do this all again tomorrow. Another tin top challenge, another top 12 run off as well. So if you can't come back to Wiscombe and join us for it here in person at Wiscombe Park, then don't forget there's always the live stream available. So go to wiscombe.co.uk, find the link, and you'll be able to go to YouTube and no doubt follow the action which is being broadcast across the globe. So Will Hall chuffed I expect, under that helmet inside the GR4, getting a brilliant reception from everybody as he comes back into the paddock. So credit where credit's due from all his peers in the paddock area. We were just saying early on, before they all started to come back down, the British Hillclimb Championship had its first round here at Wiscombe Park back in 1962, when the event was won by a chap called Ray Fielding at the wheel of the BRM, British Racing Motors. And then the next 4 years, the championship here at Wiscombe Park, the championship round fell to Tony Marsh in his Marsh Special. So there are a couple of names from hill climbing and the past, and it just shows the heritage that we have here at Wiscombe Park, which started life as a hill climb track in 1958, I think, went to the British Championships in 62, and has been on the agenda for the British Hillclimb Championship ever since. In fact, there was a period when there was 2 championship rounds here at Wiscombe Park each season, but in an effort to spread the message and to be fair on other venues around the country, the championship was organised. Some venues still have 2 rounds or more, but or more than 2 visits, shall we say. But Wiscombe here in July with the British Hillclimb Championship, always a special one. From the British Championship to the Tillicoultry Quarries Wiscombe Championship, that's the main focus of the competitors that are coming to the track now. And we have a completely different class structure. We'll start with Class T1 road going series production cars. And the man on the hill, Alan Sydenham from Tiverton. Workshop controller by occupation. At the wheel of his 1993 Nissan Micra 1300cc car, which benefits from updated suspension, modified engine and gearbox. LDS is in 25.39. So 52.41 for Alan Sydenham. So it drops a bit of time off his earlier run of 51.27 as we see Julian Rinaldi complete his climb with the 1 litre turbocharged Ford Fiesta in a time of 45.36. So the local garage proprietor finding just over 0.6 of a second on his second timed run of today's proceedings. As next, Chris Wells with his Mazda MX-5 completes his climb in a 49.94 for Chris Wells. No Chris Bryant today with the MG-ZR. I think he's spending the day rebuilding the gearbox in the hope that the car will be functional for tomorrow. As across the parkland goes John White with his 1600 Turbo Mini Cooper S. John from St Austell. Major suspension, launch control and gear linkage to make it more competitive, as around Wiscombe and across the parkland goes car 125, Gareth Lovell with his 206 GTI 2-litre machine. Time for Michael Sutton, car 123 is 46.81. 46.81 as Keith soon screams his 914 off the line using every bit of power the 2.2 litre engine can offer. John White, car 124 over the line in 48.68. Sizable improvement on his earlier time of 61.91, so happy on that front, as around Wiscombe, having launched in 3.15 seconds, goes Richard Smith with his 1800cc Series 3 Audi. Gareth Lovell then takes the checker flag, so to speak, in 53.62, 53.62, so over 1.3 seconds of improvement, as Debbie Blake takes her John Cooper Works machine out onto the hill. Debbie looking to improve on a time of 47.77, as on the line we wait for the start by James Wills, and in third place with his Renault Clio Cup 197. Launched in 3.08 seconds. James from Axminster, occupation is involved in motorsport technical sales, and as he was telling Dave earlier on, been involved in hill climbing and I've been around hill climbing since he was a young lad. So the time for 126 Keith Soom is 48.35, 48.35, and Michael Ford 127. Michael today, so look to 128 Richard Smith on 48.30, so 9/10 of a second improved there. Debbie Blake in the top paddock, car 129 on 47.27, so half a second improvement there for James Wills. Meanwhile 130 stops the clocks on 46.50, so he's found 9/100th of a second, so an improved time, but doesn't take him any closer to second place man in the class, Julian Rinaldi. So James retains his third place standing in that class at the moment. 131 Martin Cox with his Renault Clio over the line in 47.90. (133) Anthony Wright, class leader, working away to good effect with in the Audi A3 Quattro, car 133, to post an improved time of 43.32, so he finds over 1 second to strengthen his place at the top of the standings. Anthony Wright leading the way on 43.32, Julian Rinaldi in second on 45.36, with James Wills in the Renault third, 46.50. Nick Davis with the BMW Estate takes his second run of the afternoon in a time of 51.71. That's car 134, 51.71. As away off the line goes Jim Faulkner with his wide-bodied Westfield 2 litre from Class T2 road going specialist cars, but we go back to Class T1 to pick up the time for Terry Headley, car number 135 with the 328i Coupe BMW, and it's a 48.71, 1300ths of a second to the good of his earlier time, and 136 is a 46.50, so half a second improvement for John Wells. Let's see how Jim Faulkner's done in Class T2 with the Westfield car 140, posted time of 46.86 for 6.86, up against the very rapid Vauxhall powered Westfield of 5-time Wiscombe champion Ian Englehart, who's out of the S's in 19.34, around Martini and over the line in 40.07 to confirm his win in Class T2, and he hopes that that will help him with his points position in the Tillicoultry Wiscombe's Championship, where he currently lies second to Julian Rinaldi. Rinaldi on 55.65 points, and Englehart just a tad behind on 55.54. Jonathan Wright with the Golf in the modified series production car class, car 144, posts a second climb of 43.47, so that's 0.02 of a second shy of his earlier time, which keeps him in third place at the moment. And now the class leader, Paul Reynolds, away off the line in 2.54 seconds. Well, we pick up Jeff Blake's time car 145 with the Vauxhall powered Westfield 41.54. Keeps him in second place, as Paul Reynolds already has a time of 38.72 on the books. So that's the target for the Dulverton driver, 38.72 with this 1585cc Caterham 7, as Mark Linforth goes across the parkland. Look at Reynolds' time, it's a 38.63, so he's improved his time yet again and wins the class on 38.63. So now we move to Sports Libra and Rally cars. We're seeing Mark Linforth on the hill with the Mark 1. He's through the S's in 21.57, and another Mark 1 out on the hill in the hands of John Simpson, who used to campaign a very pristine Mark 2, and then went to Westfields, and now back to Escorts and Rally cars with the Mark 1. So the time for Mark Linforth is a 45.06. And Linforth currently in fourth place. Could come under attack from David Yeo, but it's the Haskins RS 1800 out on the track at the moment, and we'll look to see Simpson's time as he completes his climb round Martini and over the line in 46.61. So Stuart Haskins going well. Car 152, the 2 litre RS 1800, 22.67 out of the S's, as the rapid Darien T90 in the hands of Tim Porter is across the parkland. He's now bathed in sun as he gets his braking sorted for the gate, and Haskins is around Martini in car 152 to clock 46.30. So that's an improvement of over 1.5 seconds. We have Andrew Phillips off the line in 2.96 with the Peugeot 205. Andrew from Poole in Dorset, already a class winner here at Wiscombe this season. 21.65 at the S's. Let's see how Tim Porter's fared, car 153, stops the clock at 43.35. So the Wimborne driver finding more time, moves him up into second place. He's not going to challenge this man who's out on the hill now with the mighty Pilbeam MP43 5-litre V8 Rover, because Rod Thorne already has a time of 41.96 on the results board. 154, then Andrew Phillips takes a second climb in a time of 44.07, so finds just about 0.4 of a second. Keeps him in third place as we go to the final class of today's action. As the racing cars, we've already had Mike Williams up the hill in this MWR Storm that we now see his son Tom at the wheel of. And let's see, Mike's best time was his first climb of 40.27. David Yolan at the top with the legend of 46.08. And Rodney Thorne, how has he performed? Has he been able to make an improvement? It's a 41.15, so indeed he has, and secures his position at the top of the class, ahead of Lieutenant Porter of Darien on 43.35. And Andrew Phillips with that second climb of 44.07. Tom Williams then completes the day's sport here at Wiscombe Park, with car 169 with a sub 40 second climb, a 39.46, which will give him the win in the racing car class, known as T5 in your programme. So just go back and look at T3, confirm the finishing position there. Very much around Paul Reynolds, of course, with that rapid Caterham in 38.63. Second goes to Jeff Blake, the nearest challenger on 41.54, which he set on his second climb, and Jonathan White with the VW Golf slotting into third place. Going back to class T2. Confirm there, Ian Inglehart, the winner, indeed, on a time of 40.07, ahead of Jim Faulkner. And the road-going series got Anthony Wright, of course, with the Audi A3 in 43.32. He takes the win there, class T1. Julian Rinaldi edged out into second place on a best of 45.36, and James Wills peddling the Renault to good effect, slot into third on 46.5. So that's the finishing positions in the Interclub event, centred around the Tillicoultry Quarries Wiscombe Park Championship, and brings today's meeting here at Wiscombe Park, brought to you by the Woolbridge Motor Club, to a conclusion. A day, and Dave has joined me in the commentary position. We've seen a new class record.
In fact, a new hill record.
Well, sorry, yes. A new hill record. Indeed, outright hill record.
Outright hill record.
Which is always a special thing. 32.16.
It's a fantastic thing to do. I've just been up and seen Matt Ryder, and he's having a celebratory bottle of beer.
Well, he
Couldn't
deserves
you
it.
drink one of those now?
Oh, yes, I could.
Yes.
But he probably deserves his more than I.
He does indeed.
I would.
Yes.
So,
what a fantastic performance we've had today from the drivers. Relatively incident-free day, thankfully.
Yes, just one little incident this morning, so that's been not a good day for
and,
those involved. But the
here
rest,
we are, not quite 5 o'clock, all finished for the day, but fantastic. And another day of it tomorrow.
Yeah, with a better weather forecast.
Yes.
Warmer tarmac, better
Yes.
track conditions.
I know what you're thinking. You're thinking the same as me, aren't you?
32 point something.
Something, yes. Well.
31.
Am
I going too far?
I think you're going too far there.
Yeah.
Yeah, 32 point something tomorrow.
It's all about marginal gains in
It
this
is.
day and age. Looking at a 31, that's probably too much.
Only
but
has to be 100th a second, isn't it?
Well,
it's a new record.
That's what we saw last
something.
year, and now it's just been eclipsed again.
Yeah.
But it's been a brilliant day.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
We
for
have a prize presentation
Yes.
for certainly for the classes, and then we sit back, relax, and do it all again tomorrow.
Yes, right. And I look forward to tomorrow.
Indeed. So from him, who's
me,
you, yeah,
and you, who
are me,
yeah, him and I,
etc. From Dave Pearce and Jeff Pickett in the commentary position, thanks for joining us. We look forward to, if not seeing you tomorrow here at Wiscombe Park, then possibly being able to take the story to you on the web. So being streamed Wiscombe on Sunday, the second day of the British Hillclimb Championships here with the Wallbridge Motor Club. Have a safe journey home, enjoy the evening, and we look forward to seeing you back at Wiscombe in the future. Take care.
Now on the line, Jonathan Langley with the latest 1-3. Legend 34, the scaled down version of the full car. In his debut season, well last year was his debut season with this Empire Evo, in the S's, on the start line, Will Holt, there's the 59. Up there, set it in tight, and bring it round, and getting the power down. A little puff of smoke out the exhaust, and away up, after the brake, 18.05, so it dropped a bit of time to hold. Trevor's very neat, always a tidy drive, nothing too wild, going around Corvette, back to bottom. Fastest time we've had so far. Markham, which is now bathed in sun as he gets his braking forward.
Class T3, ground plate showing. Now on the line, Jonathan Langley with the latest 1-3. This Legend 34, the scaled down version of the four-star. In his debut season, well last year was his debut season with this Empire Evo, .74 in the S's, and on the start line, Will Holt, there's the 59.
Is there anything happening now I need to record? Should I come up? Otherwise, I'm going to start packing up the bits. Well, it is quite heavy, but... Oh, is he? Oh, there we go. That'll be sweet. I was going to say, I think maybe if I leave some of the stuff here, like the tripod and some other bits and camera, I'll just take the batteries with me tonight and just charge those, because that's all I need anyway. Oh, there we go. Sweet. Yeah, thanks for that. That'd be great. Oh, did it? Oh, there we go. Oh, I'm glad, man. I wasn't sure. I don't know if it was a bit samey as last year because it's the same corner, but I hope it makes a difference. Oh, there we go. Oh. Is it? Oh, fucking hell. That's not bad at all, is it? There we go. Alright, yeah. Alright, mate. Yeah, yeah. I'll be there in about 5 minutes, alright? Alright, see you, mate.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah. Mate, it's been awesome.
I hate that it's so fucking heavy, but like, is what it is. So.
That mate was fucking beautiful on the swim.
Are you there?
Yeah.
Keep chopping out.
No. It was just absolutely perfect.
Oh, there we go.
And the saw bench camera wasn't working.
Oh, right.
So, but Martini did start working.
Woolbridge office at the bottom of the paddock. We're ready and waiting, ready to go.
I've just got my tablecloth out.
No, camera's turned off, it's fine.
I'm not worried, as long as there's 3-7, that's all.
You're in the national feeder, you don't qualify for this.
Yeah, I mean, you come to be supportive. Make them think that we love them. Sarcasm is the lowest form of
Are you ready then, Vic?
Yeah.
Do you want to say anything at the end?
Yeah, I will do.
Ladies and gentlemen, the awards presentation for the Interclub event here at Wiscombe Park, July the 27th. I'm sure the man who's going to award the trophies needs no introduction. Vic Fancy is going to do the honours this afternoon, and we'll start with Class T1, road-going series production cars. And third place there, the trophy goes to Mike Sutton. And this is not on outright times, this is against Southwest bogies. So Mike Sutton with the Toyota Corolla. No. Second place, Anthony Wright with the Audi A3. And first with the Ford Fiesta, Julian Rinaldi. Class T2 road-going specialist production cars, no trophy here due to the number of starters, but first in class went to Ian Englehart with the Westfield SE. Class T3 modified cars, one award and a trophy there, goes to the winner with the Caterham, Paul Reynolds. Yep. First in class T3. Sports Libra and rally cars then, Class T4. The trophy for second place goes to Peugeot 205 driver Andrew Phillips. Andrew may have made home to Poole. And the win with the Darien T90 goes to Tim Porter, of course. And fastest time of the day with the MWR Storm, that's Tom Williams. Well, it's not fastest time of the day, it's worked out by complicated means. Sorry, that was my fault. And now to Vic Fancy to say a few words.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you for that. Firstly, thank you to the team that's been here. Jenny that's been looking after you all on this side. And then in the office, we got Jason and Sarah and the other Jenny down on incident. Everyone's worked very well today. A big thank you to all of you for supporting us. We'll see you all again tomorrow. Have a safe ride home. Thank you.
Class T3, ground weight, showing this. Now on the line, Jonathan Langley, a 1-3. Legend 34, the scaled down version of the full car. In his debut season, well last year was his debut season with this Empire Evo, second.
Up there, set it in tight and bring it round and getting the power down. A little puff of smoke out the exhaust and away up after the brake.
15.05, so it's dropped a bit of time to hold. Trevor's very neat, always a tidy drive.
Nothing too wild on the rest of it. Back to bottom.
Fastest times we've had so far. Parker, which is now bathed in sun as he gets his break. Twin turbos on the 3, Graham Blake showing this. Now on the line, Jonathan Langley with the 1-3. Legend 34, scale down of the forward yard. In his debut season, well last year was his debut season with this Empire Even. .74 in the S's, and on the start line, Will Holt, there's his GL59. Up there, set it in tight, and push it round, and getting the tower down. A little puff of smoke out the exhaust, and away up, after the brake, and get this. 15.05, so he dropped a bit of time to hold. Trevor's very neat, always a tidy drive, nothing too wild on the rest of it, back to bottom. Fastest times we've had so far. Markham, which is now bathed in sun as he gets his braking forward. Legend 34, the scaled down version of the full car.
Up there, set it in tight and push it round and getting the power down. A little puff of smoke out the exhaust and away up after the brake and get this
Motorsport UK TV, the home of unmissable British motorsport video. Bringing you all the action from the British Championships. Taking you behind the scenes. Giving you top tips to succeed in every discipline. Showcasing the best equipment. And much, much more. Visit motorsportuk.tv today and make sure you never miss a moment.